Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Alan Stiles still filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. If you are curious where they are in their vacation and what they're up to. I don't know if Jason hasn't been posting, but Carmichael Dave can't stop posting. So it's very easy to see what Carmichael Dave is up to. And what we are up to today, we are going over everything Brandon Aiyuk. The Pats are out. Looks like it's down to the Browns and the Steelers. The Steelers were out. Now they're back in. Do the Kings truly think they have a wing problem? How close is De'Aaron Fox to his ceiling? Repercussions from the Markkanen trade. NBA power rankings. We also will have Martin Gallegos, Oakland A's writer for MLB.com. That is at 8:30. Simone behind the glass on the ones and twos for us today. Simone, how you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing so great. How are you?
I'm good. Watched a lot of Olympics, so we have a lot of Olympic sound for everyone today. USA gets it done. But the track and field, I mean, Simone, it's the premier event, at least for me. And I know gymnastics is huge and we get all that. And swimming, I love to watch the swimming. But last night was ridiculous. And to that point, I know we've had some people call in and text in and say, hey, can you not spoil it? Personally, I knew Gabby Thomas won, and it really didn't. And I saw the race on social media, and I still sat down, in part because my wife hadn't seen it, but she knew who won too, and we were still on the edge of our seats. I mean, it's something that's just one of a kind, and it seems like USA is starting to refigure out this track thing. We also not only have the 200 with Gabby, but Cole Hawker in the 1500. That was insanity. It was insanity. I will say this, Simone. I'm not trying to come down anyone's road. By the way, we got the shot of Salespresso coming up in a little bit. Not trying to come down anyone's road.
Maggie.
Well, no. No.
She totally said on the show earlier, she was like, so many people are getting on me.
Yeah. So, Maggie, she was part of What Are We Doing? Not the shot of Salespresso. And yeah, Maggie had some things to say about Noah Lyles, and I had some things to say about that. But that's just how it goes. It's sports takes, and everybody is allowed to have an opinion, whether you are right or wrong. And in this case, I believe she was wrong. But what I was going to say, Simone, is yesterday I had Kyle, and Kyle is in and out of the studio. We're just getting ready for the show. And I plugged in my headphones as we're starting to get going, and they're blasting. I couldn't put two and two together until today, and I realized, well, who's been sitting in this seat last? Draper. You got to be careful, brother, because I got small ears, so it doesn't help either. But he's blowing me. I'm going to blow out my headphones. Really? These are nice headphones.
Oh, it's like the opposite. If Kyle's in here, his is so low that I've had to, we've done like major reads or something like that, and leaderboard updates where I just go into a show and my headphones are so low, I'm just having to blindly read because I was like, I cannot hear myself right now. So there's problems everywhere.
There are problems everywhere, and there are a lot of problems with the San Francisco 49ers, who they will get the ire of the shot of Salespresso. And that is what's coming up in a little bit. Kevin Durant also making history, and he actually had some drama with Nike basketball not too long ago, because I guess Kevin Durant, he felt some type of way that they didn't include him in one of their commercials. Well, Kevin Durant goes on to break Lisa Leslie's all-time scoring record in USA basketball Olympic history, and they did make a very nice promo commercial for him. This is what he said on his social media. Records are meant to be broken. I'll hold on to this until another great comes along and passes me up. Lisa Leslie, you are the gold standard in basketball. I appreciate your love and support throughout the years. Much love to you always. It's all about the gold, baby. Let's get it, fellas. And USA has a date with Serbia. coming up. Jokic and the crew, and Kyle had Serbia winning. I had Australia winning, so Kyle was right on the money. But that collision course that we thought was going to happen between the U.S. and Canada is not going to happen because Jamal Murray, who might be the most memed player at this point in time, Jamal Murray was a brick. Okay, Dylan Brooks was Dylan Bricks. He couldn't hit anything either. It was just Shea Alexander, and that was it. That was it, and it wasn't enough to overcome Evan Fournier and the French team, and obviously Victor Wembanyama. So there won't be and this is a team in France who a lot of people were talking about, wow, they're going to be a juggernaut the next go-round of the Olympics. Well, France said, well, how about now? So France moves on to the semis. Meanwhile, the U.S. takes on Serbia, and I don't think very many people saw that coming. Ultimately, you think the U.S. will get it done, but you never know.
I mean, I have a stat right here. The only remaining players in the Olympics averaging 10 points per game, 5 rebounds a game, and 5 assists. You want to take any guesses?
The only players left. Well, I know Anthony Edwards got the points, but I don't know about the other stats.
That would be 1 LeBron James and 1 Nikola Jokic.
Just those two.
Just those two.
Just those two. LeBron had to get 4 stitches. He left the game. He got knocked out. And you got Skip Bayless, who's no longer at FS1, but he's still sticking to his shtick and saying, thank you, LeBron. How can we do this without you? Because obviously they blew Brazil out of the water. So that's coming up. You have, I believe, the semis for the men's 200. That's tonight. So Noah Lyles, I mean, look, anything can happen. That's his baby. And Noah Lyles, he is a defending world champion. He won it at Budapest. So you feel good about it if you are a Noah Lyles fan. And anything can happen. I mean, look, there's Fred Curley as well. He's also American. Noah Lyles is not the only American racing. So that is going to be a lot of fun. That is tonight, and then the finals are tomorrow. I hope Fred gets in. I hope that Noah gets in, and I want to see these guys just get to work the same way that Gabby Thomas did. And Simone, it was just electric. And Julian Alfred, we saw what she did in the 100.
Yes.
Gabby Thomas, I mean, she was on the Sprint show, and they did highlight her a bit. But I'm looking here at all the promotions and commercials and things like that. And Sha'Carri, yes, she has a very unique personality. Sha'Carri does. But Sha'Carri wasn't even in the 200. Sha'Carri, as far as I know, is only running the 100. And that's not to say she shouldn't get the flowers that she gets. But to me, Gabby Thomas, this might catapult her into the face of Olympic track and field.
Yes.
That's not to say that there should only be one, but I just feel like nobody was really talking about Gabby Thomas. And if I hadn't watched that show, I wouldn't have known about her either. So good on Gabby Thomas for getting it done. Her whole family was there from throughout all walks of her life. So we have that sound for you during leading off. We have the Cole Hawker sound for you. Some electric calls. I know Kyle and I spoke about the Noah Lyles call being wrong. Okay, but even though
you guys said that, you guys believe that?
No.
Oh.
The call was incorrect.
Oh,
they said it's a goal for
and
Jamaica.
And they put the camera on him.
But yes, exactly.
Sorry
but
for misunderstanding.
they're definitely making up for it in how everything is going right now, and I'm very excited for it. Okay, all right, Simone, let's get into the shot of Style Espresso. It's such a long pour. I mean, it's such a long pour. And this is what I have to go with. If you are a Niners fan, we're going to have to reopen a wound, because as we look at where the Niners are, and that's not to say they can't right the ship and get it done this season, but if you look at where the Niners are, how can you not go back and look at this most recent Super Bowl? When we talk to Niner fans like Nate, he says, well, I'm just numb at this point, right? I'm used to it. You had the Ravens loss, you had the first Chiefs loss, and then you had this one. I'm just numb to it. But now you're seeing a team who's just spent, okay? They're just exhausted, all right, in every facet of the word. You have Brandon Aiyuk drama. We're in August. They might get Brandon Aiyuk back. They might get 70 cents on the dollar. They might get 60 cents on the dollar. Oh, Alan, well, that's okay because we drafted somebody who may or may not be a version of his replacement or just another good receiver, Ricky Pearsall. Okay, well, what's going on with Ricky? He re-aggravated that shoulder injury that put him in that blue non-contact jersey over OTAs. The 49ers removed him as a precaution, Kyle Shanahan said. So Ricky Pearsall has barely been able to get on the field, and they haven't even started hitting yet. Well, Alan, that's okay because we have such a deep running back room. Well, Elijah Mitchell, who I'm going to be honest with you, I do not understand why I get why Mason Jones is still on the team. I'm not saying to remove Mason Jones, or excuse me, Elijah Mitchell. But Elijah Mitchell cannot stay on the field. He has not been able to stay on the field the whole time he's been a Niner. I said this before, Simone, and I'll say it again. Just make Jordan Mason the number 2 and be done with it. Just be done with it. Okay, Allen. All right, fine. Well, even if Elijah Mitchell can't stay on the field and Ricky Pearsall can't stay on the field, at least we got our bell cow, all right? A top 3 offensive player in the league in Christian McCaffrey. Well, what if I told you that the 49ers' Christian McCaffrey is set to miss a couple weeks with a calf strain? They do think he'll be ready for week 1. I know it's hard to sit there and say, well, obviously they weren't trying to lose. But this window has stayed incredibly long for the Niners, and it's hard to think that they can go through all this each and every season and finally end up on top. How many revenge seasons are you able to have? It feels like it's quite possible the Niners window has closed. I know this is supposed to be the last dance, but if you lose Brandon Aiyuk and Ricky Pearsall isn't close to what he's supposed to be in his first year, which is why it was weird that they even took a rookie wide receiver in his first year, because you didn't want to play Brandon Aiyuk, and now you might have played yourself. So that is my shot of Style Espresso. Kind of starting to feel like that Niners window may be closed. Hope it's not.
Oh, it's closing.
It's definitely closing, but it's one of those it's the older car, right? You don't press the button. You got to actually crank it. I don't even think Kyle Ledbetter was alive
I was just
when those cars. He's never sat in a car like that.
He's never had to wind one of those bad boys.
Never. All right. A lot coming up today. We have leading off coming up next. We have a lot of sound, and part of that sound, Christian McCaffrey, a Freudian slip, refers to Brandon Aiyuk as a former teammate. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Jerry and Kenny here. When you call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up, repair, or replacement, let me tell you what you can expect. Clean. Our technicians will show up in a company truck that's clean inside and out. They'll be wearing a clean uniform and ring your doorbell with clean hands. The technician will be clean cut, background checked, drug tested, and trustworthy to enter your home. They'll put on clean shoe covers and put down drop cloths in all work areas. That's right, to make sure your home stays clean. And when the work is complete, they'll tidy up and leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Call us neat freaks. Call us spick and span. Call us tidy, pristine, and immaculate. But whatever you do, call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up and repairs, because with us, you can count on it being clean. Call us at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Pops Kessler wants in on the conversation. Ingram, Cole Hooker on the inside. He gives him a little shove and Cole goes by. Here comes Josh Kerr on the outside. All the talking is over. The world champion is in front. But Cole Hooker's not done with yet. Cole Hooker wins gold. He upsets the favorites. It's gold for the USA.
the whole time, and when you watch the heats, obviously there's a favorite. I think everybody thought that Kerr was going to end up getting it done out of Great Britain, but it was Cole Hocker who ended up winning that one, Simone. And it was electric. Like I said, he comes from behind. It was Josh Kerr. He was essentially the favorite. And Cole Hocker becomes just the fourth American to win an Olympic gold medal in the 1500. Josh Kerr finished second in a nation record, and fellow American Yared Nuguse snuck into the bronze, running a personal best. It's the first time Team USA, Simone, listen to this. I actually had to rewind it. It's the first time Team USA had two medalists in the men's 1500 in 112 years.
Yeah, this is our renaissance right now for track and field.
112 years.
Make it make sense.
What did the Olympics look like 112 years ago?
I think the Titanic
was that the first one?
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
Since the first one? What? 112 years. First time Team USA has had two medalists in the men's 1500. And as RG3 is turning into a content creator. He just loves sports, and I appreciate that out of him. He'll post a bunch of stuff. And RG3 said the mid distance is back for the USA. Shout out to Cole Hocker and Yared Nuguse for getting that done. Again, Cole Hocker becomes just the fourth American to win an Olympic gold medal in the 1500. Okay, Simone, what's cut number two?
Cut number two.
The double is on the line for Julian Alfred. A gold is on the line for Gabby Thomas. Alfred knows she has to get away from Gabby Thomas to have any chance. She hasn't done that. Gabby Thomas is in control already. Gabby Thomas comes off the turn with force, with power. And Gabby Thomas is running away from the field. It's gold for USA. Gabby Thomas is an Olympic champion.
I mean, Gabby Thomas just taking care of business. Shout out Harvard University. And it really wasn't close. I mean, Julian Alfred, she cooked in the 100, but Gabby Thomas cooked everybody in that heat. It wasn't even close. And like we said, she really could become at least one of the faces of USA track and field. That was great stuff. Really happy for her. Like I said, I watched that show on Netflix, so I saw everything. She got silver in Budapest during the World Championships, so she avenged that. And I believe she got bronze in Tokyo. So many stories of athletes overcoming what they did in Tokyo, and she talked about just everything she put into it to get to this point. And just, it's crazy to me, Simone, because I've always been of the mindset that you're just born fast, right? If somebody runs, if you were born, if your setup when you're born was to run a 5 flat in the 40, what can you physically get to? And I've always said, I mean, I feel like the best you can get to is maybe a 4.8, maybe something like that. But these Olympic runners and everything that they do, the intricacies of how they run, they really show that, anything is possible on any given day. And you have people like Sha'Carri Richardson who could set a record in a day, and then the next day gets smoked by a completely different racer. I mean, that is the main takeaway, that every race is different. You can have your set times, but if you don't get off the block good or anything happens, you're done. You're done. The thing about Julian Alfred is, I didn't think she got off to a bad start. That was just Gabby Thomas time. She was not letting that one go, and you love to see it. Okay, Simone, what's cut number three?
Cut number three.
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think obviously as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
Brutal.
Former teammate, and it went viral. It went everywhere. What do you think? I mean,
whoopsies.
You think he knows something? Because that's the whole thing. Does Christian McCaffrey know something, or was it just a slip-up? Who says that, Simone?
I know. And then he just tried to,
You got to power through.
Yeah, just power through. Absolutely. Business as usual here. Nothing to see here. I feel like he might know something.
I think he might know something because it just came out too smooth to me. So Christian McCaffrey.
He's already in that mindset.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's gone, and that is a former teammate.
And it could be as simple, and coming up here at 6:30, we're going to get into the Mike Silver article from the Chronicle where Kyle Shanahan is, quote-unquote, bothered by what Brandon Aiyuk has been doing. But, yeah, to me, it sounds like maybe that's not to say that John Lynch or anybody said anything directly to Christian McCaffrey, but it's to the point where something has been said internally that, hey, Brandon Aiyuk is not returning. And when we get into this article, like I said, in about 10 minutes, maybe that will illustrate why Christian McCaffrey said what he said and why it was more than a Freudian slip. So that was your leading off. Simone, have you been catching up with the Olympics?
Yeah. I didn't have an opportunity to watch too much yesterday. I think on my lunch, I caught some of the men's basketball. I was definitely into, while I was here earlier, I was checking in on women's soccer. So those are kind of my babies right now. But yeah, we got skateboarding on right now. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Yeah. And some people, are upset at the power walking and some of the events in it.
Yeah.
And it continues to grow. I mean, breakdancing's in it.
Yeah.
I guess I'm kind of torn. Part of it doesn't bother me. The other part does think
like as far as expansion. Sorry to cut you.
Just some of the events in general.
Okay.
What is the rule on what is good enough to earn yourself a gold medal? What type of activity is good enough to earn yourself a gold medal?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, what is the criteria? Is it that people do it all around the world? Basically, what it seems like to me is if there's a world competition that's separate to the Olympics, it's good enough to be in the Olympics. But I'm sure there's a World Cup in handball. I don't know, for some reason USA is not big on handball. So there's certain things that certain countries are obviously bigger on. But yeah, I don't really know. Hey, you know what? And to that point, breakdancing, there's world competitions. They go everywhere to battle in breakdancing. Maybe it's, hey, if there's a world competition for something, then we have the conversation whether it should be in the Olympics or not. So to me, you know what I'm going to say? Where's bowling?
Exactly.
Where's bowling?
I'm thinking of billiards. Like there's
where is the line?
Right.
Where is the, and maybe there doesn't need to be a line. I'm not saying there needs to be a line, but where is the line?
I'm not sure. Do you know what is messing me up about this Olympics? Because I think there's so much accessibility this time around, or maybe it is just recency bias for me. It feels like LA is supposed to happen next year. And it's really blowing my mind that that's 4 years out, Simone. Like,
4 years, a lot can happen. As we know, a lot can happen in 1 year, let alone 4 years. But a lot of people are excited. And did you see flag football has been added?
No, I
guess some NFL players are going to play.
Yeah. And it's, again, back to your point of what constitute,
I don't know.
What are these submissions?
And all it takes, especially in something like football, somebody gets an injury. And again, you're going for a gold medal, but you're not going to tell me if we know that NBA players value a championship ring more than a gold medal, you're not going to tell me that somebody is going to be willing. Again, you get to say you have a gold medal. I'm not trying to diminish that, but you're not going to tell me some of these guys or some of these organizations are going to say, yeah, there's no way. Like Joe Burrow, and somebody has this on the text line. Joe Burrow had a calf injury last preseason, took him in week 7 to look normal, healthy, as we talk about Christian McCaffrey. Joe Burrow, with his injury history, that guy should never play in the flag football Olympics as a quarterback.
Is he being considered?
No, I don't know. Okay. I don't think so. It's 4 years from now.
Already,
No. But there's going to be some guys. It's almost like, I would say, there was a while where the U.S., we know, it's because the dream team and things like that, the U.S. could send out their B team.
Yeah.
I think that you could, for flag football, you could probably rule out, and I'm trying to be disrespectful here, who could you roll out and still win? I mean, I was going to say, I don't want to get on my Cal Bear, but Jared Goff, but I think you could do way worse than Jared Goff. And who's the worst quarterback that could be the quarterback of the flag football team in 2024 and they still win? Russell Wilson.
Yes,
And
that's
he
a
didn't
great
have a bad
point.
year last season. That would make him about 40, but
Like, I don't know. I put
Baker
Kurt-
Mayfield.
Baker
Mayfield.
Yes.
That's Baker Mayfield. There you go.
And I feel like the only teams or nations that would give us a little bit of work is any nation that's got a respectable rugby.
That's true.
Situation.
Or they have an NFL academy there.
Yeah.
Something like that. Somebody saying 530 they took out wrestling but have breakdancing. The women's wrestling was crazy. Phenom out of Walnut Creek, which is right next to where I grew up. I grew up in Concord. Yep. Right next there, Walnut Creek, and they get it done. So just great stuff all around for the Olympics. And when we get back, we will discuss what's going to happen with Christian McCaffrey. And why is Kyle Shanahan big mad? Why is he so mad? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
You hope that you're never in a situation where you need representation, but if you ever are in that spot, you certainly want someone you can trust. And I'm sure you've seen all those lawyers on TV that just quickly process through case by case by case. Well, how about someone that's right here, that is local, that cares about you, cares about their own name and their brand, but certainly cares about our community? So if you're in that spot where you need representation, I suggest Jonathan Gonzalez at the Gonzalez Law Offices. He's right here in downtown Sacramento. And again, doesn't count you as just one of those many case after case after case. He will put in the time, put in the effort, get to know you, and is here to help. Whether it's wrongful termination cases, expungements, car accidents, whatever and wherever you feel the need for representation, I suggest you contact saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. Again, that's the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at saclegaldefense.com or 916-304-9187.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity pro-am golf tournament, a celebrity skins game, a draft party, and an awesome concert featuring Moonshine Crazy. The Gold Rush Classic features the Rancho Murrieta Homes and Land $1 Million Swing for Charity Hole-in-One contest. The event raises money for Make-A-Wish, Jordan's Guardian Angels, and other worthwhile charities. Visit goldrushclassic.org. The Gold Rush Classic is sponsored by Bonnie Heating and Air. Bonnie has been leading the way home for our customers in the greater Sacramento region for their HVAC, sewer, plumbing, and electrical needs since 1978. Located in Rancho Cordova, our team of highly qualified technicians are ready to serve our community with the best service possible to ensure the adventure of home is everything our customers desire. Community is part of the foundation the company is built on. Bonnie is proud to be part of this community and will continue to lead the way home for our customers for years to come.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
The doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport number. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose you to identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
On Sacktown Sports.
About to get into this Mike Silver article from the San Francisco Chronicle. We asked the question, who's the worst quarterback the NFL could send to the 2028 Olympics in LA for flag football? The 916 says Tim Tebow. We could send Tim Tebow and still win. That might be the line. I don't even know if Tim Tebow could get that done. The question, all you need, and this is getting into the weeds here, but if there is one quarterback with dual citizenship in the NFL right now, you're done. If you run out Tim Tebow. If you run out Tim Tebow and one of these quarterbacks is, I can actually play for Germany or something like that. Yeah, Tim Tebow's done. And U.S. are done. So I don't know. We got to do better than Tim Tebow. Somewhere between Baker Mayfield and Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow. We got to do that.
We got to do better. But do worse than Baker Mayfield. I'm starting to think now some of the guys that, you know who would be probably nasty in flag football based on, or depending on the rules of being able to run,
cuts,
it would be
routes.
It would be Kyler Murray. I mean, Kyler Murray would destroy.
Dancing, tap dancing.
I think Kyler Murray would be too good, but I don't think he's not better. He could be better than Baker Mayfield in real NFL, but I don't think he is right now. But Kyler Murray in flag football, that would be crazy. So keep the names coming as we get into this Michael Silver article from the SF Chronicle. And it's a pretty deep article. He gets into some stuff that really shows that I was wrong about Brandon Aiyuk. At least as far as did he make the right decision on the holding and things like that. And essentially Michael Silver says, yeah, well, so will I. And he starts it off by saying this isn't a negotiation. It's a war of wills between the San Francisco 49ers and their leading receiver. And right now, against all odds, Brandon Aiyuk may be winning. He dropped this yesterday evening. Last night, Aiyuk obviously put out a trade request, and the Niners, really, this hold-in threw them off a bit. It threw them off a bit. So this is what Michael Silver had to say. Aiyuk's trade request last month rankled high-level members of the organization, as sometimes happens. And his hold-in, it turns out, cranked up the pressure another notch. In retrospect, it was well played. Come to camp, avoid daily fines, sit out of practice, and annoy your head coach to the point of exasperation. Smooth move. When a player holds out, as is currently the case with star left tackle Trent Williams, Shanahan can compartmentalize and ascribe his absence to the realities of the business. The continued presence of Aiyuk in all of his emotionally charged splendor seems to be triggering, and Samuel, who is having a monster camp, has done his part too. Silver goes on to say, and I just thought this was pretty interesting, Simone. Why would Kyle Shanahan sign off on an incongruous strategy? Quite simply, according to multiple sources, the head coach is bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, from the receiver's conspicuous bro hugs to his perceived brooding and willing to move on. So basically, Kyle Shanahan is annoyed that they're stuck. They're stuck in a situation where they found trade partners, and Brandon Aiyuk is just saying, nope, I don't want that. I don't want that. Now, yes, you can argue, well, they can do the franchise tag and things like that. My argument is I just don't think they want the headache, and I think Brandon Aiyuk knows that they don't want the headache. The only question mark is if Brandon Aiyuk, who seems to want to go to the Steelers for some odd reason, maybe he really is related to Mike Tomlin. I don't know if that's the case, but everybody was joking about that. If that doesn't happen, what happens next? What happens next? Because he said no to the Patriots. He said no to teams prior to the Patriots. He has not, I guess, officially said no to the Browns, but he clearly doesn't want to go to the Browns. So that, of course, leaves the Steelers, but the Steelers haven't offered enough to the Niners. So the Niners have said no to the Steelers. So either the Niners are going to get 60 cents back on the dollar, or the Steelers are going to say, fine, Niners, you're going to get a bit more. Or is there a world where Brandon Aiyuk plays out that fifth year, and basically, as Michael Silver highlights what's going on with the offense, it's not a strategy without risks. He goes on to say, Pearsall, who left practice Tuesday after suffering a shoulder injury, has been plagued by various elements since the draft. Oh, and all-pro running back Christian McCaffrey is out for the rest of training camp and preseason with a calf strain, making things even more tenuous. Suddenly, Shanahan's offense appears unnervingly vulnerable. It would look a lot better with Aiyuk back in the fold. He goes on to say, and this is probably why Christian McCaffrey had that Freudian slip yesterday on NFL Network. This is what Michael Silver says, who's just as locked in as anybody connected to the Niners. Barring a change in organizational thinking, that's not likely to happen. This begs the question, if the 49ers didn't want to pay Aiyuk market value, which is their prerogative, why didn't they deal him before the draft? That way, they could have acquired a pick or picks to be used on players who could have helped them in 2024. So they thought that he would say uncle, and he didn't say uncle. And now they're stuck. And now a lot of guys are injured. Okay, somebody on the text line said Joe Burrow wasn't really back until week 7. Now, we don't know about the severity of Christian McCaffrey, but we know he's not playing preseason and not practicing. So what are they going to do? Simone, we have that cut from Kyle Shanahan. This is what he had to say when he was asked, well, part of what he had to say when he was asked about the Brandon Aiyuk situation.
I mean, it's been at this point for a little bit, so it's nothing really new to me. I mean, you're always disappointed when you can't keep a hold of all your players or it's not going exactly right. I mean, I don't like losing anybody, so that's why I'm hoping it does work out here. But right now, we don't have that solved yet, so I hope it does.
Listening to that, which came out before the article, listening to that, then reading the article makes it so much funnier to me because he is so, and I'm just imagining Aiyuk just dapping up everybody, and that changes the whole complexity of that dap. Everybody thought, oh, wow, clearly they're cool, or I guess the other side was they're leaving, but based on this article, that dap, maybe that was the dap that broke the camel's back. There were just too many daps going on because clearly Kyle Shanahan is not happy about the situation. And according to Michael Silver, barring an organizational change in thinking, he's done. They want to get Brandon Aiyuk out of there. Now, will they change their price? They know how bad it'll look if they drop that price tag and the Steelers get Brandon Aiyuk, which, by the way, I was a guy who wanted Justin Fields for the Niners those years ago when they took Trey Lance, okay? And I hope Justin Fields plays well. But I'm not really understanding. I know they have a good defense and they have some pieces, and Mike Tomlin is Mike Tomlin, Mr. 9-8 or 8-8 himself, and keeping that winning record. But I'm not really sure what I'm missing with the Steelers conversation and Brandon Aiyuk's wantingness to go to the Steelers. Obviously, he wanted to go to the Commanders, and that didn't work out, and that closed pretty quickly. So the Steelers, they're his number 2, and I guess he really thinks he's a difference maker, but it's not just having a difference maker. You need somebody that can fling you that football. And I had Broncos fans in my mentions, I don't know if they were Broncos fans or Steelers fans or just Russell Wilson fans, saying if you look at Russell Wilson's numbers, he actually played pretty well yesterday. And I'm not saying he didn't, but the eye test is the eye test. And do we really think Russell Wilson is to the point where he's going to host up that Lombardi one more time? I mean, what is Brandon Aiyuk really trying to accomplish? Maybe he feels like, hey, if Russell Wilson or Justin Fields got me, we could do some things. I have heard that, and I believe it was Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee, the Steelers are really excited about Justin Fields, okay? They're really excited about Justin Fields. But still, with that being said, I don't see it. But either way, this could change the landscape of how these players are able to manipulate their contracts and things like that, because this is something you don't typically see. And knowing the NFL, I wonder now it's, okay, well, this holding thing, we're getting rid of that, or you have to do this, or you have to do that. The Niners are in a tough spot because they could find them up the wazoo, but they wouldn't look great, right? And for anybody else that wants to be a 49er or moving forward. So neither side has won or lost yet, but it feels like it's already a win for Aiyuk that it got to this point, and that Kyle Shanahan is maybe not visibly annoyed, but he's annoyed to the point where somebody like Michael Silver is willing to write about it and call him bothered. Coming up next, safe or out, Simone's got some baseball questions that we go through. And at the top of the hour, we ask the question, do the Kings think they have a wing problem? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan South filling in.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
It's a toss to McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20, and toasted all the way down to the 3-yard line. On the first play of the game, CMC Dynamite.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Carmichael Dave here, asking you a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were surprised at the cost of the repair? Or did something seem a little off about their quote? Now, American Energy, they take pride in giving honest and straightforward solutions to get your system up and running. Have one of their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. Now, how can you trust them? Well, first off, I'm telling you to, and I'd never lie to you. But secondly, don't believe me. They've been around since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. Better Business Bureau, go look up American Energy Heating and Air, A+ rating. What does that mean? That means their kids go to school with your kids. They work alongside you. They're local. They're not some big overgrown outfit, and they rely on their reputation. They are Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company and second opinion partner. Go to AmericanEnergyAir.com or call 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices. Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips? But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. Or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
We're continuing the conversation. Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Continuing the conversation. We're about to get to safe or out, but continuing the conversation on who is the worst quarterback.
I love that people are contributing.
Well, now,
that's awesome.
Well, now we're not even in the NFL anymore, which I think is even better.
Okay.
I'm glad the text line has taken us out of the NFL.
Creative.
I got a Johnny Manziel from 209. Johnny Manziel is getting the gold medal. I can tell you that much. Johnny Manziel, I'm in with that. The 916 says Tavon Austin. Could you imagine trying to grab the flag off of him in flag football? But again, we need to know these quarterback sneak rules, right? Because I think how I've played it during Turkey Bowl is you can run if they blitz. So if that's the case, I don't know. I don't know if that's getting it done. The 209, different 209, says, give me Peyton Manning and the kids from the SNL skit to bring home the gold. Outstanding work. That might be a top 10
Peyton's
SNL.
Gonna coach it.
That's right.
Quit playing.
That might be a top 10 SNL skit of all time. About to get into safe or out real quick. Simone, you have, obviously we're on the West Coast, so the East Coast is already cooking with speculation, and the Brandon Aiyuk drama saga continues. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin was asked on 102.5 WDVE if he's had any notable phone calls this morning. He says it's a little early on the West Coast right now, so probably not. So nothing yet. Nothing yet, but you start to get to that 8 o'clock. I mean, I think we're in the dangers. As soon as 8 o'clock comes around, we're in the danger zone.
I think he's just doing a little political mind games.
You think Lynch is up right now? He listened to the show? Sacramento flagship for the Niners?
Yeah, of course.
6:45. How old his kids are, but they get you up early. They definitely do. All right, Simone, let's get into safe or out.
Safe or out. It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The first safe or out, Corey Seager breaks up a no-no from Framber Valdez, and it was a home run. So that is not how you like to lose it. I remember, Simone, I have a couple no-hitter stories that we'll get into, but first let's hear this audio from the home run call.
Runner goes, and there's a swing, and a high fly ball, deep out to right. McCormick is back. It's gone. There goes the no-hitter. And the Rangers are off the mat. It's 4-2.
So there were 2 outs in the 9th inning. 2 outs in the 9th inning. They did lose the game.
Brutal. But
there's something to be said about being no hit, and the Rangers made sure that didn't happen. At least Corey Seager did. I told a story, what was it, yesterday or 2 days ago, about when I was on a semi-pro team that got no hit. I have a story on the other side, Simone. This is one of the most sad stories in my career that I'm going to share with you. Was it junior or senior year at Temple University? We're facing LaSalle, another Philly school, so Big Five. We really wanted to beat them. And we had a freshman pitcher. They're actually twins, one lefty, one righty. They both ended up getting drafted. They were both nasty.
Identical.
One lefty, one righty, just like Tyler and Taylor Rogers.
Amazing.
And we get to I don't know if it was the 9th, but it was either the 8th or the 9th, and he was cooking. I'm in left field, and he's cooking, and we're thinking, wow, I think he's going to do it. Obviously, you go around the lineup so many times. I'm not blaming it on my guy in center, okay?
Uh-oh.
But we didn't want a little cheap single. So he says, Al, come in a few steps. Long story short, guy goes double over my head. And it was a weird situation where I was caught in between going Willie Mays. I didn't lay out. Okay, I didn't lay out. I get back to the dugout, and the pitching coach comes up to me and says, it would have been nice if you at least dove for that. In my opinion, I wasn't close. But he goes, it would have been nice if you dove for that. Yeah, a little bit of effort. And you know what? After the game ended, we still won the game. After the game ended, he still got pitcher of the week, and he still got drafted. And I don't know if he ever threw a no-hitter previously to that or after that. But you know what? That pitching coach was right. I should have dove for that. I should have dove. It's hard to dive backwards. No, I do. This is
a lesson.
12 years later, every time I see a no-hitter, I think about that game. Every single time. It kills me. I wrote about it.
Wow.
And it still didn't help. I wrote about it, and it still didn't help.
This feels like we're on the therapy couch right now.
I just had to get it out.
Working through this.
I just had to get it out. So that was the closest I've been no-hit, and I was that close to celebrating a no-hitter, and I think he was a freshman at that time. He was nasty. Okay, number 2. So to ask the question, is it safe to tell people you almost saw a no-hitter? I believe I was at a Giants game about 4 or 5 years ago, and a no-hitter went to the 7th. I haven't told anybody about it. I mean, 9th inning, though, 2 outs. I think this one in particular, you could tell people, but what are you going to say? This isn't horseshoes.
Lame.
Yeah, it's probably out. If it comes up in conversation, sure, but I'm out on that. I'm probably out. All right, number 2, should the White Sox have celebrated avoiding having the worst losing streak in AL history? The White Sox are able to defeat the Oakland A's, and they did it in pretty convincing fashion. It was either going to go one of 2 ways. I know, Captain Obvious, but they were either going to show up or they were just going to get destroyed. And they did show up, all right, off a home run from Andrew Benintendi. He had 2 RBIs on the day, 5-1. Look, honestly, if you're the White Sox, you still might finish with one of the worst records or the worst record in baseball. But on a day like that, I'm not saying go out and tear up the town, go out and tear up Oakland. I know my spot's in Oakland, don't get me wrong, but you can have a little bevy to say, hey, we avoided being a part of history. Yes, you can.
No.
Yes, you can. Come on.
You guys get one dap.
Yeah.
To teammates.
Because you're still
a nice
terrible.
Pat on the back. No bevies.
28. They are 28-88. I saw an article yesterday, is from July. They said the White Sox could be the worst team in the history of baseball.
Oh yeah, you're kind of blowing up my who's hot, who's not, but it's okay. We'll get there eventually.
We'll get there.
Everyone.
Exactly. There's a rotation. There's a long time until then. But the White Sox just so bad. But I will say, can you celebrate it? Well, it depends on what celebrating is. You can at least dap up your teammates and say, hey, at least we avoided that much.
Simone says no bevies. Not yet.
No bevies?
No bevies.
What about a non-alky brewski, huh?
Okay, I'll allow it.
Okay, there you go.
A little hiney.
And number 3, 0%er. Number 3, big boy doing play-by-play. So my guy, Chris Watkins, obviously I'm filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Styles and Watkins, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. If you didn't know, now you know. So Chris, he tends to have a problem with it, and it's so funny that we're not doing shows because it's just been Snoop Dogg everywhere, and some people, I don't know if anyone's Snoop Dogged out. I know Chris is. This is kind of a thing that, and they've done it with R.I.P. DMX when he was on, Discovery Channel and things like that. This is big boy, obviously big Atlanta guy on the Braves broadcast, and he's not necessarily doing play-by-play. He was already in the booth getting interviewed, and he basically did a hybrid quick play-by-play as the pitch was coming. This is how it sounded.
There it is. You got it. Yeah. What I tell you? Go on, sit down somewhere.
See, we just needed you on the play-by-play.
Go on, sit down somewhere. I tell you, man, I got it. If y'all need me again, I'm going to be down in the box. Get some cheese pieces.
Simone, safe or out, and I saw a lot of people loving it, saying, honestly, baseball play-by-play just needs to be this. We don't necessarily see it in the NFL. You'll have players, right, or former players, but they're not just talking normally. They're trying to do the broadcast thing. Safer out on seeing or hearing more. It's just normal talking as broadcast.
Oh, yeah. Way safe. I'm super into it.
You want it?
I want it.
You want
What
it?
about you? You have like the, you're a purist, a baseball purist. So I'd be curious to know.
Well,
your thoughts,
I would say,
just me.
Yeah, I would definitely say that it can't be overdone, right? I don't know if I want that there's a long season. I don't know if I need it every game, but you could mix it in every couple weeks. Somebody who just comes in and is a passionate fan who's a celebrity, and they just kind of do their thing, right? Or even if they're not a celebrity, if they're entertaining. And nowadays you got streamers and YouTubers and a lot of different people. So I don't know if I can do it every day, but give it to me a couple times a week. I'm into that. I'm into that. There you go. Top of the hour coming up. Do the Kings think they have a wing problem? They do, but do they think they do? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Wing issue with the Sacramento Kings, and no, we're not talking about flats or drumsticks. We are talking about the wing position. Simone, we have somebody who wants chaos, and I can't really hate him for it. From the 916, we were talking about flag football and who is the worst quarterback that could bring home gold for the U.S.
I love that this has become the thread of today's show. This is the fabric of our show. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, this one is going to definitely make people feel some type of way. Okay. The 916 says, Kaepernick for America. Colin Kaepernick, the U.S. quarterback for flag football. I mean, that's got Disney movie written all over it. It would never happen.
It would never happen. It's kind of,
or could it?
Disrespectful, but amazing at the same time.
Depends on who you ask. Colin Kaepernick. Okay. Flag football quarterback.
That would be amazing.
For the United States of America.
1,000% for it. My one and only Niners.
It has nothing to do with the NFL.
Yeah.
It's very possible. Anything is possible.
Take it on, dude.
It's actually, if Colin kind of just wanted to be that guy, I would put in an application.
Oh my God. And then gold medal, Colin Kaepernick.
On top.
On the podium.
On top.
Fist up.
That 916 is going for deep cuts on that one. Who else you got? Who is the worst?
No, but then all of the national anthems would be knelt.
Yeah, it would. I'm telling you, it would be the craziest end to this thing. Because, I mean, it's over.
Yeah.
But that would be the craziest end.
This is the only time, Olympic settings are the only time, in my opinion, that national anthems make sense, right? We're playing different nations, and you know, they played their anthem, we play our anthem. That makes sense. So that would be hilarious.
Yeah, that would be.
I mean, ran it back for that. I love it. I absolutely love it.
The amount of people that would say, I'm boycotting. Boycotting.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't be the type. We can still take on the Olympics. Or they probably aren't even watching the Olympics if it still offends them that much.
Yeah, well, we're not going to get into it, but somebody says another 916, and it is a different 916. I would love to see that, but only if Peacock would give us a view of the people's heads exploding while they watch on TV.
Oh, these people are after my heart.
Yeah, I don't know who
Peacock
chose
mentions too.
A Wasabi Wednesday. Choosing violence is the text line, and I would definitely have my popcorn, but I think Twitter might actually explode. It might actually break as we get in to the Sacramento Kings and whether or not they have a wing problem. So what led me to have this conversation is when Brendan Nunez, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider, he posted, and this is no slight, right? This is a good team that he was on, but it does speak to a larger issue. This is Trey Lyles, his stats with Team Canada. Again, Team Canada is a good team. They have Jamal Murray. They have Dylan Brooks. They obviously have Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. They have RJ Barrett. The list goes on and on. He played 14 minutes against Greece, scored 0 points, 0 for 2 from the field, 3 rebounds, 1 assist. Against Australia, he played 7 minutes with 3 points, 1 for 3, 1 assist. Versus Spain, 11 minutes, 3 points, 1 field goal, 1 rebound, 1 assist. Versus France, 12 minutes, 2 points, 0 for 2, 3 rebounds. Total in the Olympics, Trey Lyles had 8 points in 44 minutes. And he was 2 for 11 from field goal and 1 for 4 from three-pointer. And Trey Lyles, ladies and gentlemen, that's your backup wing, right? When you look at this Kings roster, you don't have Harrison Barnes anymore. Everybody wanted to move on from Harrison Barnes, and that's fine. But your wing depth is a problem. And we can hear Monty McNair, and he can come on these airwaves, and he can tell us that they know that there is somewhat of an imbalance. But what are you doing about it? Nobody is saying to go out and overpay for a player. We'll get into that as well, as marketing is off the table. What do you think these other teams are going to do? Everybody, now what I saw yesterday, that the Warriors are interested in Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith. And the Lakers everybody's interested in those 2 players because Brandon Ingram seems like he's going to stay in New Orleans at least until the trade deadline. All right. And you look around and okay, you bring in Isaiah Crawford. We get it. We like what we see. Isaiah Crawford was on these airwaves yesterday. But besides that, you have, like we said, DeMar DeRozan, okay, and you have Trey Lyles. I'm literally looking for other wings. And Jalen McDaniels.
Welcome to Sacramento.
That's it. Who we don't even know if Jalen McDaniels has ever stepped foot into. Has anybody heard anything about Jalen McDaniels? There's been no intro presser.
Hey, whoa. We had him in studio.
No. Jordan that was Jordan McLaughlin.
Oh, my bad.
That was Jordan McLaughlin. I was getting scared here.
Now I'm freaking out.
Jordan McLaughlin was here in studio. Go check that out on YouTube if you haven't seen it. But Jalen McDaniels, and even if he is in the building, nobody knows what he's expected to do. Monty McNair barely spoke about him. All right, so as far as I know, you have 2 4s that you can play. 2. And let's be honest, DeMar DeRozan, to me, he can play a 2, but he's not a 2, right? I could hit 3 in my lineup, but I'm not really a 3 hitter. Okay? So what is the plan for the Sacramento Kings and this wing situation? We talked about some of the free agents yesterday, and they can sit here and tell us that there is a problem and that they're trying to fix it. But we're going to look in a couple weeks, and this whole thing is going to get going pretty quickly here. So I'm not really sure what exactly the Kings' plan is. And I know I'm going to hate on NBA.com and their power ranking, but at the same time, you understand where they're coming from because there is an imbalance. So I do wonder, do the Kings actually think they have a forward problem? Do they think they can get away with DeMar DeRozan and one Trey Lyles at that 4 position, and that's enough? And obviously you had to move on from Harrison Barnes. I mean, that was clear. But I don't know how they're going to find somebody else when everybody that has been talked about, whether it's Jeremy Grant or whoever, oh, well, that's an overpay. Okay, well, now everyone who is not an overpay, now all of a sudden, everybody's interested in them. The Jazz, who decided to keep Lauri Markkanen, now all of a sudden they're going to turn into buyers. I saw a report that they were interested in Brandon Ingram. So as the market continues to change and you look at what this lineup is, and you had Monty McNair on these airwaves tell Jason Ross that this is the core that we're going into battle with, into training camp with. What do you do? What do you do? Do they actually think that they have a wing problem? I think they do. I think that this is what's going to happen next, and this continues to happen. It's just a round robin situation, okay? All these teams, they're not going to want to budge, all right? I actually don't think that there's going to be another quote-unquote big move made because, if I'm the Nets, you want Cam Johnson? You want Dorian Finney-Smith? I guess we're back to a first-rounder, maybe a first-rounder and a young talent, all right? So they're going to up the price again. The Kings, the Warriors, the Lakers, all these teams are going to say, actually, we're going to stay away. We don't want to pay that much. And what's going to happen at the trade deadline? The same exact thing. The only hope is that there's some teams, call it the Cleveland Cavaliers or whoever you want, who's going to have a Jared Allen that's available, even though you got to pay him because he just signed that extension. You're going to run into the same issue again. And this is what I talked about towards the end of last week. You have to figure out a way, and nobody's saying to sell the farm, but I don't see how they say it's a wing-driven league. You're in a wing-driven league now, and the weakest position that the Kings have is the wings. And maybe somebody would argue the centers with Sabonis and Alex Len, but Sabonis, I just think having Sabonis in the fold, you're never going to think of that as a weak position. Now, if he got injured, that'd be a problem. But if anybody's best player or second best player got injured, that would be a problem. But I do believe the Kings think they have a wing problem. I just feel like there are too many teams that have the same exact thought process. And nobody's going to want to overpay for Cam Johnson, and nobody's going to want to overpay for Jeremy Grant. And we're all going to wait until the trade deadline, and the teams are going to do the same exact thing. Why would they ever have to come down on their price tag? It's supply and demand. If there is always a demand, why would a team say, you know what? Yeah, just give us 2 seconds for Cam Johnson and I don't know, Keon Ellis or somebody like that. Why would they do that when they have other teams? I mean, everybody saw what the Golden State Warriors allegedly were willing to give up for Lauri Markkanen, not Brandon Pajemski, but allegedly what they were willing to give up. So now that it's Simone, you ever been at a restaurant and you go to tip somebody, but you accidentally pull out a bigger bill, and then you feel like you just got to give them what was there, right? I was only going to give you a 5, but I accidentally pulled out the 10. We'll just take the 10 anyway. Because
You've done that.
Well, because he saw that I have a 10. And that's what it is
them
now.
Whatever the 20% is, plus a little extra if they did a good job.
No,
I'm not doing it out of guilt.
But he saw me.
No pressure.
He saw me, so I'm going to just give him the 10. Everybody knows what the Warriors are willing to give up. So why would the Nets say, actually, we're going to lower our price tag? When there's now more teams in 2 days. Yeah. In 2 days, the Warriors have essentially entered the chat of the Cam Johnsons of the world because Lauri Markkanen's gone.
Yep.
Okay. And you have the Jazz entering the chat because Lauri Markkanen stayed. That's 2 more teams that the Kings are going up against. That's 2 more teams. So do I think that the Kings think they have a wing problem? Yes, I do. But I don't think that they believe it's to the point where they need to overpay, and we're just going to keep this cycle going unless some random teams that are expected to play well just end up tanking. And they have to be old enough. They can't even be young talent, because why would you move off a young talent? 3 for Madness coming up next. 3 sports questions Simone will ask, and we will get into. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Sal's filling in.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sacktown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for 3, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy, Kyle Draper. Equip your staff with top-notch uniforms, professionally cleaned and delivered weekly to your workplace by Alsco Uniforms, proud sponsors of the Sacramento Kings Mob Crew. Our services include uniforms, towels, floor mats, mops, first aid supplies, and restroom essentials to uphold cleanliness and safety standards in your business. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Visit alsco.com to learn more. Again, visit alsco.com.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. They believe it's all about people and choices. Their goal is to find the car that fits your lifestyle. With their huge inventory of models, they've got the right car and, more importantly, at the right price every time. Experience for yourself why their customers drive away smiling. Discover the difference, because it's not just about the car, it's also about the people. Experience the Sacramento Dodge Jeep and Chrysler difference off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks. Or you can find them online, SacSuperstore.com.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
For question 1, it's going to be, kind of the national debate right now, the national conversation, if you will, and that is regarding one Brandon Aiyuk. So who exactly is winning the Aiyuk versus Niners battle. Right now, what do you got?
It's going to have to be Brandon Aiyuk. And that doesn't mean he's going to ultimately win, because I think the thing about Brandon Aiyuk is he could have already won, right? You ever play roulette, or, if anybody out there gambles and you're hot, Brandon Aiyuk is hot, right? And you had multiple teams want to give you the money. I mean, I saw that they were basically at $30 million, the Patriots, for Brandon Aiyuk. But clearly he doesn't, when we're going to get into Hard Knocks, clearly he was not a fan of Drake May, okay, and Joe Milton and Jacoby Brissett and the cold weather. So he says no to the Patriots. Sounds like, and I'm trying to confirm these reports, it looks like Kimberly Michelle from ESPN. I saw a report early, and we're going to get back into it. Saw a report early that she doesn't, or she's hearing he doesn't want to be with the Browns either, which just leaves the Steelers. So again, you could have left the table hot, but you're deciding that I got one thing I need to do. My number is 4. I need 4 to hit before I leave. Even though I've won doing different things, I need my 4 to hit before I can get out of here, so I can get a little bit more cheese to get wifey a nice dinner. And you never know, you might end up losing what you were up. So Brandon Aiyuk is winning right now, but this whole situation with the Steelers, if the Steelers aren't willing to budge, I don't really know what happens next. What is question number 2?
Question 2.
Are you surprised Lauri Markkanen didn't move?
Very surprised that, well, I shouldn't say very surprised, but I was a little surprised that the Warriors didn't get desperate. And I had a tweet yesterday that went a little bit viral. I had some people texting me from the Warriors world. I'll just say that. But essentially, in my opinion, you're picking Brandon Pajemski over Steph Curry. Now, there's been some things said that maybe the package that we saw with Moses Moody and the picks, maybe the Jazz were asking for more than that. That's not what we saw. We just saw, at least from the Athletic article with Shams, that the Warriors didn't want to budge on Brandon Pajemski. So I was a little bit surprised. If that was truly the only reason, I was a little bit surprised that the Warriors didn't go all in. Because, I mean, it's Steph Curry. And I think that Joe Lacob and that crew, they think that, Joe Lacob at one point wanted to make an amusement park. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. And they're going to have to figure out what's next. And now, again, they enter the Cam Johnson sweepstakes and the Dorian Finney-Smith sweepstakes. So I wasn't incredibly surprised, but I also thought that the Warriors would get desperate, and they refused to get desperate. What's question number 3?
Question 3.
It's Wednesday morning, so last night, first episode of Hard Knocks training camp with the Chicago Bears dropped. Are we watching? Do you got any predictions?
I don't typically is this a little bit, and you know what, we hadn't talked about this yet, Simone. We'll get into it. The Drake dropping 100 gigabytes or whatever it is.
Yeah,
did you see that? And
whatever.
people are saying, why doesn't anybody tell Drake that some of the issue is oversaturation? Because I don't know, it's getting there. Obviously, you had the Giants. Now you have the Bears. And are they still doing an in-season one as well? I mean, I know everybody loves football.
The in-season one is going to be the AFC North. So I think they're going to be bouncing across the 4 teams.
Yeah.
And tapping in.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know that I'll be able to watch it. Here's the thing. When you got a kid, right? I got a young child. I have a young child, and of course I got my wife. So I don't have a lot of time to watch things without her. So I really gotta want to watch it. Right. So it's less about me having an issue with the amount of Hard Knock episodes and more about the fact that I just don't think it's going to make my roster.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. My roster right now, I got to finish The Boys. I still got The Boys. Okay.
Wow.
I'm still attempting to watch Dune 2 at some point. I have no clue.
Why? How is that not done?
Because it's, 4 hours?
You gotta stop, dude. It's like 2.5 hours.
Well, I gotta watch it like a show.
It's amazing.
I gotta watch it like a show. I'm getting caught up. I know we're a little late on this one, but Your Honor is making its way back into the rotation, so we're watching Your Honor. So for me, I'm not. And here's the other thing, Simone. Nowadays, and I do wonder how this changes as far as the ratings and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that's worth anything on that show is going to be on social media.
Yes,
I already saw Caleb Williams announce what his signing bonus was.
Yep.
I already saw Caleb Williams do some type of karaoke and get booed off.
And he bombed it.
You know, so I've already seen what the highlights were. Yeah. So, you know, am I going to sit down and it's the Bears and I'll just watch the actual season.
Right.
That's where
That's very fair.
That's where I'm at with that. We have some more names coming in as we get back to the Kings from the 916. The Kings have always had a wing problem. Who's the last good wing they had? Rudy Gay. Who's the last wing that they drafted? Tyreek Evans. Yeah, I mean, and maybe that's just a thing, right? You talk about football and how some teams just struggle to find that franchise quarterback, and there's just other teams, and you know the Warriors can't necessarily find a center. They tried James Wiseman, that didn't work out. So there's certain teams that just can't draft certain positions and can't attain certain positions, and that's maybe what's going on here. But the Kings, man, I really think that they need to figure it out because it's just too thin. It is too thin. So as we continue the conversation on the NBA, Simone, this is another thing that Adam Silver has brought up. The NBA is ramping up talks with FIBA about eventually creating an annual in-season tournament or an NBA-operated league overseas. So pretty much it would be, I guess, an arm of the NBA, but it would be overseas. I have no clue, and I don't think Adam Silver does. I have no clue how that works with the draft
tournament.
Yeah, but he's saying either or both. So an annual in-season tournament, but it would be overseas. I don't know if that's with only overseas players. And again, as we just talked about, I know the NFL is still trying to grow and the NBA is still trying to grow. The oversaturation, I don't think anybody has a problem with it, but it's so funny how when you tell someone, and I know there's the money that's connected to the TV deal, so they'll never do it. But everybody's saying, yeah, the season is too long. The season is too long. And instead of addressing that the season is too long, Adam Silver just going to say, well, we're just going to do more. We're just going to do more of different things all over the place. And I don't know. Do you think you'd be into that?
No,
I guess we need to know more. Are they NBA players? Would you just go over there to have the tournament?
Initial thoughts on paper, I'm not feeling it. These poor young men are never going to see their families, dude. What is going on?
Yeah, so I saw that a couple days ago, and I thought, I mean, that's a bit interesting, but at the same time, I'm not quite sure. Again, it's, am I stopping what I'm doing to go watch? Right? That's not to say that I'll avoid it, but I think the purpose of these things is to get you to, hey, this is appointment television, and none of this is appointment television to me.
It's starting to give a lot of live golf, if you know what I mean. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, and it's starting to feel yucky.
Play some music while the game's going on, and this is the cool version of the NBA. So they're trying different things. I can't knock them for trying it, but at the same time, I don't know that I am necessarily signing up for it. Got a couple more names coming in. Somebody saying Eli Manning, he's technically done. Eli Manning, that he's too good. I mean, obviously Eli Manning for the flag football for the Olympics. Eli Manning, that's not going to work. 916-339-1140. Let's go to Lambert, who wants to be a part of the conversation. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. What's up, Lambert? What you got for us?
Well, I wanted to comment on the NBA. You mentioned something about the NBA and Adam Silver. I think that the NBA and Adam Silver are one of the most brilliant business people I've ever seen. Recently, they just signed an 11-year, and I don't hear too many people talking about it, but it's an 11-year, $76 billion deal, and it's only 30 teams that get to share in it, and the players don't get to share one penny, and it was Disney, ESPN, I think ABC, and Amazon. And whether they go overseas or not, congratulations to them. That's an example of getting a real bag right there.
Yeah, no, that's a good call, Lambert. But at the same time, the players will get their cut in a different way. That's why people are talking about Wembanyama and these prices going up. Wembanyama might be making $100 million a year. $100 million a year. And Kyle Draper talked about it and how being on the media side, it hasn't really – the cuts haven't been cutting out there for what he's been doing, but it's still early on in the process. But as far as what the players are going to get, yeah, they're going to be some ridiculous numbers, and that's why the problem with this Brandon Ingram and Lauri Markkanen, all these situations is that, yeah, you might not want to pay them $50 million now, but that might be the going rate in a couple years. So then once that money goes through, you'd hope that the second apron, the luxury tax, all of that goes up at that time. Now, we're not there yet, but that is what a lot of people are assuming will happen. Coming up next, we get into the repercussions of Lauri Markkanen staying put and what happens next for the Kings in this offseason. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan South filling in.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe. God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your game goes bad, getting back to basics is the quickest way to get on track. Many problems can be traced to forgetting the first lessons a good golf instructor covers: grip, alignment, and posture. If you're not holding the club properly, if you're not aligned to the target, and if you're not in an athletic posture when you take the club back, you'll have to manipulate it somehow to get it back square to the target. That's when bad things happen. When I find myself leaving shots out to the right, I check my grip on the club. I check to see that I'm holding the club lightly in my fingers and that my hands are close together. Check to see that the V's formed by my thumbs and forefingers point to my right shoulder. Take a practice swing and feel as though the hands are working together and turning over naturally through the impact area. Bad alignment makes a good shot go astray, and bad posture makes it difficult to generate club head speed. If you're having similar problems, a brush up with a PGA professional will get you going again. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Time to break down the repercussions of Lauri Markkanen staying put. We have some more names, Simone. Flag football. You love this. Flag football.
I'm having the time of my life. This is incredible.
We are looking for the worst quarterback. The worst quarterback. There have been some outside the NFL. We heard Kaepernick. We heard Tim Tebow. I think we drew the line. I think Kaepernick could probably get the gold. You're not going to convince me Tim Tebow can get the gold, though. You're not going to convince me on that one. From the NFL, Zebra PT from the chat mob on YouTube. If you are driving and going to arrive to your destination shortly, you can fire us up on YouTube or the Sacktown Sports app. Zebra PT is saying Baker Mayfield. I said Baker Mayfield a little bit ago. I feel like we could do worse than Baker Mayfield. We can do worse than Baker Mayfield. Aaron is saying Justin Fields strikes me as the type that would be elite at flag football. I think he would be. I think Justin Fields gets the gold. I think Baker Mayfield gets the gold. But I want to go worse. I want to go worse than that. Well, now it's turned into, how about this? What about Bryce Young? Is Bryce Young getting the gold? I don't know.
We want the best of the worst. We want America's floor, if you will.
Yes.
The paneling. Okay. So you guys think long and hard. Keep the names coming, please. You know the number.
Well, now I'm going to tick off some Raider fans. What if I said, Gardner Minshew gets the gold, right? But does Aiden O'Connell get the gold? I'm not sure. 916. And I guess, right now it's a toss-up. I saw something from Tashawn Reed, who covers the Raiders. He just says that quarterback play out there is just awful. It's just terrible. From the 916, Nick Foles. That's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. A Super Bowl winning quarterback. Of course he'd win gold. Don't know what he's up to right now, but of course he would win gold. And now we'll get through the whole list here because I want to get back into King stuff. But Deshaun Watson, yeah, I think so.
Matt Ryan,
yeah. Big Ben right now with Big Ben, I think so. Gotta go worse. Gotta go somebody who flamed. Trey Lance. Does Trey Lance win gold? Does Trey Lance win gold for the U.S. flag football team? Yay or nay? 916, a different 916, saying Jamarcus Russell. I don't know. But I like where your head's at. Where the chat mob, where their head's at. Aaron asks a good question, Simone, as we talk about Lauri Markkanen and what it means for the rest of the league. Why is DeRozan, and we had a conversation about the wings not too long ago, why is DeRozan mentioned as the 4? Keegan is 4 inches taller, figured he'd be sliding to the 4 and DeRozan at the 3. Yeah, you're not wrong, Aaron. From everything I've read and everyone we've talked about, they've said that DeRozan has played the 4 before. He's played the 4 recently, and DeRozan would be that 4. That's what I've heard. And obviously, Keegan hasn't really played the 4 yet.
Right, it's out of position for him.
But you're not wrong. DeRozan has played everywhere from 2 to 4, right? So, again, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, when it comes to Keegan Murray and you're asking him to do different things, I don't think asking him to be a 4 instead of a 3 would really change him, because I was more so talking about offensively. But yeah, that you're not wrong, Aaron. That's just not what we've heard lately. Chris and I, of course, Chris Watkins, Styles and Watkins, we haven't heard that so far. Everything we've heard is DeMar DeRozan would be able to play that 4. And I guess that's the operative word there, the operative words that I said. Would be able to. And by the way, I just Googled both for what it's worth. Keegan is listed at 6'8", and DeMar DeRozan is listed at 6'6". By the way, it is DeMar DeRozan's birthday today. So Simone, I am removing my competition, myself from that one for later.
Recusing yourself?
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, because I saw it. I saw it on NBA.com. So I am removing myself from that competition. But yeah, so it's a 2-inch difference between the two. We're not going to get into wingspans and all that, But yeah, it is a good question as to why we haven't even had that conversation as much. It still doesn't change the fact that they're thin, though, that they're extremely thin at that position, and they need to figure out a way to beef up. They need to get on their muscle milk, and they need to figure out a way to have the same amount of depth as some of these other teams. And again, looking around to who's on the Kings right now, maybe it is Jalen McDaniels. Maybe he does figure it out. He had a down season in Toronto. Maybe he starts to figure it back out when he's in Philly. Maybe that's a possibility. But that's just not something that I don't think you should bank on in this situation. So some of the repercussions coming from Markkanen staying put, Lauri Markkanen, I believe he may sign his contract today because it would be the 6 months would now cover the trade deadline, so he would not be able to get traded. So now all of a sudden you have the Jazz who want to build around Lauri Markkanen. The question is Lauri Markkanen a 1? Is Lauri Markkanen a 2? Well, we know that now the Jazz are going to need him to be at least a 2, or they're going to pay him like a 2 or honestly like a 1, depending on how you look at it. So with Lauri Markkanen off the table, that now flips the Jazz into buyers and whoever they're interested in. And not only that, you have the Warriors who, since they didn't get Lauri Markkanen, they're getting slandered right now. And there's no way they're going to roll in to that season with that current team. I don't feel like that. I'm about to contradict myself, but it's still crazy to me. And all these teams are going to be looking for the same players during the trade deadline. You still have the Lakers who they're going to be under pressure for different reasons. The Warriors are under pressure, obviously, because of Steph's timeline. Then you have the Lakers, and the Lakers are most likely, as long as the USA team takes care of business, the Lakers are going to have to deal with questions about not adding to an Olympic MVP and LeBron James and a defensive savant who can also score the basketball in Anthony Davis. So the Lakers are under pressure and you have a new coach. So the Lakers are under pressure because they don't want to deal with those questions. Okay, like I said, the Jazz, they're back in the chat. The Warriors are now entering the chat. And you have other teams all around that are not going to stand pat. We just don't know when they're going to make a move. So Lauri Markkanen being out, that adds 2 more teams to the equation for 2 different reasons. And when you look at this Western Conference and who has made moves and who have not made moves, you can sit there and say all you want that you like the DeMar DeRozan move, and I would agree with you. I think I like it more than other people, especially more than NBA.com. We'll get into that as well. But that doesn't mean that they've done enough. And that's not even to bring up – I'm not even bringing up the East. There's the Eastern Conference as well. So Lauri Markkanen saying put that it adds 2 more teams from the Western Conference into that we don't need a superstar. We just need a piece. Everybody wants Cam Johnson. Every show that I do, right, whether it's this show or Styles and Watkins, somebody brings up Cam Johnson. Well, now all these other fans and all these other teams are also going to be interested in a Cam Johnson. Then you can't even sleep on a team like the Houston Rockets, who they were knocking on the door. Nobody is trying to, unless you have the championship, which nobody does, or you feel like, hey, we've completely changed. The teams that I think are truly done, I think the Timberwolves, because I think the Timberwolves feel like they got something in Rob Dillingham, and at the same time, Anthony Edwards is only going to get better. You got Karl Anthony Towns. You got Rudy Gobert. They feel like they probably should have been in the finals. That's what I would assume. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they get, they add pieces already with Alex Caruso and Hartenstein. I would say that the Thunder, they're done. The Nuggets, are they done? They shouldn't be, but it's possible they are. They still have a Jokic, and Jokic, he covers a lot. He's essentially a Band-Aid. He's a fix-all with that plexiglass, whatever it's called. That's Nikola Jokic. The Clippers, I don't think the Clippers are done. I saw a report a couple days ago that the Clippers might be interested in one Julius Randle, because Julius Randle doesn't have a very good market. So the Clippers aren't done. I think the Clippers already have their Cam Johnson type players and Derrick Jones Jr. and guys like that, Norman Powell. So I don't think they'd be looking for Cam Johnson, but I don't think they're done either. The Mavericks, I do believe the Mavericks are done. They got Klay Thompson and they got to come. They got Najee as well. So I think that they're probably done. All right. So that's out of the top 5 teams, maybe 4 of them are done. Maybe only 3. Then you get to the bottom half. The Suns, they got no money. They're probably done. The Pelicans, they already did their big acquisition. Okay. They got DeJounte Murray, and obviously they have Brandon Ingram. We have reports on Brandon Ingram I'll get into later in the show. The Los Angeles Lakers, already talked about them. The Kings, apparently they're done, but I don't think they should be. I think there's still word on the street that they're not. So that's 3. We add Golden State, that's 4. The Rockets, that's 5. That's 5 teams right there. And I think the Grizzlies are going to just take this season to say, hey, and I had the Jazz too, that's 6. The Grizzlies are going to take this time to say, hey, let's just roll it out there, get Ja back, and see what we got. The Spurs, I think they're done. They got Chris Paul, and it's really just all about the development of Wemby. They're a little bit ahead. And the Blazers, they're not doing anything. So that's at least 6 to 7 teams in the West alone that probably are looking to upgrade in some way. And all of these teams are saying the same 2 names in Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith. That is what happens when somebody like Lauri Markkanen takes himself off the table. Coming up next, we're going to have some fun with a little bit of what are we doing? Yeah, a coach from the New Jersey Little League breaks character. You don't want to miss this. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan South filling in.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike with the left hand. The Kings lead by 3.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
School is almost here, and if there's 2 things I can count on, it's my kids needing new outfits because they grow like weeds, and Kohl's stocking their favorite styles. With the back-to-school customer appreciation event going on, I scored 30% off tees, jeans, sneakers, and more when I shopped with a Kohl's card. No card? No problem. Rewards members save 20%, and everyone else saves 15%, plus earn Kohl's cash. When it comes to back to school, you gotta go back to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 11th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. Ends 8/24. Price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com. Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
About to have some fun with What Are We Doing? Got some texts coming in. Most of them have been nice, I gotta say. I've been pretty honest. You know, the fill-in thing can be tough, right? People are creatures of habit. I'll say, Simone, I'm about at 90% nice, 10%, 90% nice, 5% just, hey, what's going on here? And the other 5%, yeah, some jerks out there, but that's just what it is.
95th percentile, baby. That's all I'm
That's
hearing.
right. That's right. That's good. You know, you hit roulette like that, you're cooking. From the 916 question, would you say the market in the NBA is too high? Look at all the players that didn't move. Lauri, Ingram, Trey, Levine. Yeah, I think the other thing is all of those players, and somebody said it best, the middle with this new collective bargaining agreement, that and the fear of the second apron has caused all these players who you're just not sure who they are, what you're going to pay them, right? I mean, Lauri Markkanen is he a one-time all-star, and he's been a bit injured. He's 27 years old already. Now, if you're the Jazz, you were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because you felt like he had a lot of value, but at the same time, you didn't get that value. Now you have to pay them that money. So even if you don't know if Lauri Markkanen is that dude, you have to believe it now because you put yourself between a rock and a hard place because you didn't want to lose value on him. All the guys that you named, 916, there's question marks, right? Lauri Markkanen, you have him that we just discussed. You have Brandon Ingram, was 40 to 50 million, right? 40 to 50 million. And I don't know if he's worth that. I do not know if he's worth that. Trey Young, he didn't move either. Trey Young, I don't know what to do with Trey Young. I think Chris Watkins is higher on Trey Young than I am, but I don't know what to do with him. And we know the situation with Zach LaVine making $40 million. So I think the market is too high, but I also think all these players have question marks. It's the market it's affecting everything now because the market honestly was too high. So now you have people that are left in the in-between who want to get their money, but now the NBA is saying, well, actually, we can't pay you now. A couple years ago, Brandon Ingram probably gets that 40 mil, no problem. 50 mil, no problem. But now that's why Zach LaVine has that terrible contract. They want to avoid those contracts. So these guys are kind of left in the middle and nobody wants to pay them. I mean, Tyus Jones signing a vet minimum, there's no way. Tyus Jones, I'm not going to sit here and say he's one of the best point guards in the league, but he's not a vet minimum player. So this whole thing has been affected. So to your point, 916, I do think that part of it is the market being too high, but at the same time, a lot of these players that were in the mix this season, they're flawed, right? I mean, the top 10 echelon, they're not going to have any problems getting paid. Steph Curry's still going to get paid. Luka Doncic is still going to get paid. De'Aaron Fox is going to get paid. Everybody's going to get paid. LeBron just got paid again. So if you're at the top of the top and you're the cream of the crop, you'll get paid. The issue is these guys, that second tier, third tier, they don't want to pay those guys. So maybe it's, to answer your question in a different way, the market was or is too high for those second, third tier players for the second option and third options. For the first option, they're still going to get their money. And that money is only going to go up. Okay, Simone, let's have some fun with What Are We Doing?
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
The New Jersey Little League was facing off against New York to go to the Little League World Series. I think we reported on this last week, but I do think I saw the Sacramento team lost because I saw Hawaii was playing Southern California and the Sacramento team had to face Hawaii. So shout out to the Sacramento team. Very, very good season. And you'll get back there. You'll get back there one day. But this was on the East Coast. And it's kind of hard, even with the video, it's kind of hard to see what is going on. But clearly, these kids, I mean, you're dealing with, 10 to 12-year-olds. And I've done some training, come see the hit doctor. If you got a kid that wants to, up that power and up that batting average, but it's hard. And I'm doing 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. Okay. So they're just kind of loopy sometimes, but these 10 to 12-year-olds, they can talk back, but they're also still loopy because they're kids. And this was a pitchers meeting, and it got caught on air because the mics are hot, and the coach says the mic is on. So this is what happened.
Are you guys kidding me right now?
He's not joking.
This is what I'm not going to say nothing. You guys cannot go to center. You go to short. All right. This is what they put on the air, and you guys are sitting there messing around. Just go back to second base, dude. Just go. They're here to hear me talk, not you.
Well, again, we thank the managers or coaches for wearing mics, and don't think for a second that the players don't realize it.
So I'm still trying to figure out what happened. I think they were just messing around because. And Simone, what was the score on that?
Oh, let's see. We have, oh my God, New Jersey having a little bit of a clinic. 10 on New York.
Okay, so they're checked out because they're beating the brakes off New York, and there's a pitching change, and the coach just.
Come on, be serious.
Silent. He was fine until the very end. They're here to hear me, not you.
Yeah.
Not great.
Ugh.
Not great on that one. And
what are we doing? Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah, not great on that one from that coach. And please text in, call in if you have any funny stories from Little League. Have you ever broken character? And let's just say you were glad there weren't any hot mics on. I'm not there yet. My kid's only 15 months old. But I am afraid for future me because I'm going to be that guy. And I think it's very obvious to everyone that I will. I have friends that hit me up now just say, we feel bad for the other parents, man. We feel bad for the other parents. I will not say something like they're here to hear me and not you. And maybe Chris Watkins would disagree with that statement. 209 is saying Sacramento was eliminated by Arizona, not Hawaii. Thank you, 209. But again, shout out to the SAC team for doing what they did. We will really break this down at 8:15, but the NBA power rankings came out, and as much as I've said that the Kings need to do something else, I do think it's absurd that the NBA power rankings have the Kings ranked as 8th, ... in the Western Conference. Not overall, solely in the Western Conference. Now, we know the West is the juggernaut right now, and we will wait to let you know who is in front of him. But let's just say that you will not be happy about that. So what are we doing, NBA.com? What are we doing? Thank you.
What are we doing?
Ultimately, what is your problem with that? And last but not least, we teased it before, and now we'll get into a little bit more. Drake out of nowhere drops 10 gigs for your head top. Drake just dropped 100 gigabytes of unreleased content, including new songs. So this stuff, I don't know if you saw, Simone, this stuff went way back. I mean, this was from when he was releasing albums years ago, right? He's talking about Rihanna. He's talking about Serena. So I believe there are 3 songs that he released. And then after the 3 songs, it's just a bunch of behind the scenes. So to be fair, it's pretty cool stuff if you're into that. If you're into Drake, there's just scenes of him in the booth, right? And going over albums and things like that. He's got random ridiculous album covers that he almost went with. So yeah, a lot going there. I'm saying, what are we doing, Simone? Because it just always annoys me when you don't, and maybe he'll release it later, when you're not on the streaming services. So Drake, you just got bodied by Kendrick, and you come back with some pretty cool content. I barely listen to the music because, again, what am I going to do? Am I going to sit here and just listen, hold my, open up Twitter every time I want to hear this song or go to the website? What do we do when they do not put music on the streaming platforms? I'm just not really sure what they expect, man. I just don't know what they expect. No, they are not like us. Yeah, a lot. Somebody else is chiming in from the 916. Future was supposed to be on Hotline Bling. He tells a story about how he came up with Hotline Bling. I'm not going to get into it, but you can check it out. Basically, it was somebody he was kicking it with, and then right after they were done kicking it, she got on her phone and he, I guess, changed her name in his phone to Hotline Bling.
Oh no.
And as well, and Future was supposed to be on that song as well. So that has been What Are We Doing? Coming up next, there are reports that Brandon Ingram will probably stay with the Pelicans. Are we not talking about how much of a problem that is for the Kings? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. We're spotlighting sunshine and heat for this Wednesday. Get outside and take advantage of the morning when it's comfortable. By the afternoon, we're looking at forecast highs 100 to 104. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's been said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to a nice, cool summer, it's so true. Right now, get a complete air conditioner tune-up for just $59. Bonnie. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696355.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. They will be back on Monday. I will head back to the midday, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. with my guy, Chris Watkins, who's coming up next. And we'll have a great show for you.
Do you miss it?
Do I miss him? Do I miss
do you
him
miss
or
it?
the show?
If you,
you know,
miss him, you could tell me.
No,
it's just us.
It's just us here. I would say that obviously, logistically, the morning show is nice being done at 10. Going solo bolo is different.
Hey, I'm right here.
Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Not having a co-host in the chair in here is a little bit different, but yeah, I think I do. I think I do miss it. I am glad. I don't want to jinx it, but at this point, if we get to Friday and we get into the Brandon Aiyuk stuff, if we get don't break on Friday right after my morning show. Yeah. At that point, just save it so Chris and I can do it next week. And we can line it up and have a grand old time. But I just jinxed it.
Yeah.
It's going to break. Maybe Drive Guys. But even if it broke Drive Guys, then we could still get it. I think it's going to
Friday?
We would get it on Monday.
Yeah, of course.
I'm saying it might break. I don't want it to break tomorrow because then it's Friday. People are getting ready for the weekend. It won't have the same oomph when Chris and I do it on Monday.
Correct.
Don't break tomorrow. I'd rather it break today than tomorrow.
Is this a silly question? It has to break before the game Saturday, or can we continue this?
No,
okay.
It does not have to.
Okay.
It does not have to. And speaking of breaking, it is official, not for us, not breaking for us, Sacramento Kings and Sacramento fans, but it is official. Lauri Markkanen, Utah Jazz All-Star forward. This is from Woj. Lauri Markkanen has signed a 5-year, $238 million contract, renegotiation and extension, including $220 million in new money. And Simone, if my calculations are correct, that is $47.6 million a year. A year. So
is it worth it?
Let me work it. I think I think that if you were a team that thought that he could take you over the top, then yes. But that was the issue, right? So if you're the Warriors, you're thinking, hey, we still got to pay this dude. So we're not going to give up Pajemski, and I didn't really hear much on Kuminga, but we got to give up all those picks, all those pick swaps, maybe Kuminga, Moody, and definitely Pajemski, and then we got to pay him $50 million a year. I could see why they said, I don't need to do that. I don't.
Cash grab.
Yeah, that's definitely a cash grab. So it's over. It's over. It went on for a while, and the Kings were involved at one point. Some teams that we never heard about were involved as well. But it is now over, and the Utah Jazz now turn into some type of buyers, and they will try to build around Lauri Markkanen, who's, I think the main thing to remember here is Lauri Markkanen is 27. We're not dealing with a 22, 23-year-old. So I would definitely be on the lookout for the Jazz to start doing things quickly. And I know that Draper was on, this was 2 days ago, and he was very high on John Collins and was talking about, hey, maybe the Kings could get John Collins. John Collins, some people think that he is a bit overpaid, relatively speaking, of course. John Collins making $26.5 million a year this coming season. Then he has a player option for the same exact amount. So that would be technically only 1 year of control, possibly 2 if he opts back in. A lot of people think that's just a little bit too much for John Collins, but Draper's argument was that it could be enough, or it could be worthwhile if he comes out here and starts to hone his game and just it clicks. Hasn't really clicked for John Collins yet. And to the point of the texter from earlier, that's a situation where with what John Collins has done in his career so far, in this current CBA, John Collins is not getting that deal. John Collins is not getting $125 million 5-year deal in this current CBA, but he was part of the prior situation. So there we go. We have some audio here, and this is from one Shams, as Brandon Ingram, another name that has been on the trade block. Turns out he may be staying with the New Orleans Pelicans, and I feel like that's a problem. Here, Shams.
Any other extensions that we can expect coming up soon?
Well, the only other really trade name, big all-star caliber guy that kind of falls in that same Lauri Markkanen boat is Brandon Ingram. And his future in New Orleans, David Griffin has talked about it. Brandon Ingram wants to stay in New Orleans. New Orleans wants Brandon Ingram. The holdup there as he goes into the final year of his deal is the money. The Jazz are willing to give Lauri Markkanen near the max contract. The Pelicans, as of right now, it's a financial thing. They have DeJounte Murray locked in for $100 million plus. CJ McCollum locked into big money. Zion Williamson's locked into big money. So if you give a fourth guy in that market, they want to see what that team looks like. And right now, from what I'm told, Brandon Ingram's trade market is limited. I think the sense around New Orleans is he's going to be there. They are fully expecting Brandon Ingram to be a part of the team going into next season. There's a team mini camp at the end of the month. Brandon Ingram right now is expected to be at that. And so the sense around New Orleans is you start the year, see what you have, and then make any adjustments that you have to. But that was really the only other major trade name. And from what I'm told, he's looking for $45 to $50 million per year in an extension.
So there you have it. Brandon Ingram, for all intents and purposes, will be a New Orleans Pelican at least until the trade deadline. And it's going to be the same situation, because if he doesn't get that extension before the trade deadline, he's still going to be looking for it. He's going to be a free agent. He's going to want big money again. So what are you willing to pay Brandon Ingram? And he's basically a rental. I think I would feel confident that he would stay with the team if they were in a winning situation. But what I want to talk about is why, now that this report came out and Brandon Ingram is at least going to start the season with the Pelicans, why is nobody talking about the fact that the Pelicans have just created a big three? I mean, maybe I'm higher on DeJounte Murray than other people are. They got DeJounte Murray, and that was a pretty darn good deal themselves. They still got CJ McCollum, who loves to talk about how the Kings didn't draft him. You got DeJounte Murray, CJ McCollum, Zion Williamson, and now you're keeping Brandon Ingram. Why is nobody talking about that in terms of a big three? And we'll get to I actually don't even know where they are in this NBA.com power ranking. We'll get to that. But I don't know if it's a fit question like DeMar DeRozan. Why isn't anyone worried about this? I am very worried about this. You already, and not just for the Kings per se. I mean, the Kings already couldn't beat them when they didn't have DeJounte Murray, right? And you couldn't even beat them when they were missing Zion. They couldn't beat any iteration of the New Orleans Pelicans. And the Pelicans just got better. And because Brandon Ingram, now, again, could be a fit issue, who knows? But nobody is talking about the Pelicans just adding DeJounte Murray, and maybe it's the fit thing, but they add DeJounte Murray. They still have Brandon Ingram. They still have Zion Williamson, and they have CJ McCollum. And I know this is going to give some people flashbacks. They still got Jose Alvarado, right? I mean, they got Trey Murphy. They have a lot of dudes. And maybe the argument is too many cooks in the kitchen, but I think this could be a real problem for the West. Last season, as is typically the issue with Zion, couldn't stay healthy. All right. But they do add, they got Jordan Hawkins, he's another year older. You got Daniel Tice. They did lose Valanciunas, but you got Trey Murphy as well, which is part of the reason. Trey Murphy, Herb Jones, part of the reason that they wanted to move off of Brandon Ingram. But again, it's a wing-driven league, and you have teams like the Kings who barely have 2, and you have teams like the Pelicans that got about 7. So I don't think people are talking enough about the Pelicans, and if this thing does work, this could be a problem. DeJounte Murray is a dog on defense. He is a dog. Zion Williamson, we know what he can do when he's healthy. Herb Jones, he's a dog on defense too. You got guys that can shoot the 3 ball. You got guys that can score on every level, and nobody is talking about the fact that the Pelicans are just going to, they got DeJounte Murray. They'll probably move off Brandon Ingram, and they're just not. They're just not. Now, maybe it doesn't work. We know that there were reports that Brandon Ingram had some things to say when it came to getting more touches. I believe that was during the play, and it was fairly recently. So maybe there are some issues there, but on paper, this is an incredible amount of talent. So I'm not really sure why nobody is talking about that. From the 916 question, why are the Pelicans hesitant to pay Ingram when he's played more than Zion? By the way, Zion has never played one playoff game. That's from Leezy. Thank you, Leezy. Yeah, I would say that, again, they've already paid. It's all about timing. Life is about timing, and they paid Zion. And there was remember that whole situation when Zion was going to go to New York, and that just went away. So they've decided, for whatever reason, to Leezy's point, that Zion's their guy. They signed Zion to a 5-year, nearly a $200 million contract. Zion is making 36.7 this season, then 39.4, then 42.1, then 44.8. So as far as Zion is concerned, they feel like we've already hitched our wagon to Zion. And in this new CBA with that second apron, we can't hitch our wagon to both. I think, Leezy, your question is, why not try to move Zion? I've talked to Chris about this, and really the conversation has been, at the end of the day, you're still believing in Zion's ceiling. I don't think you're wrong, but you have somebody who is Brandon Ingram a number 2? Is he a low-level number 1? If he was on the Kings right now, would he be a number 2 or would he be a number 3? And you got to pay that guy $40 to $50 million. At least with Zion, I mean, you're paying him $36 million this season, and it'll get up to 44 by 2027, 2028. But a lot of people are going to be making that type of money by that time. So if you're the Pelicans, we're still going to rock with Zion and just hope that he's able to stay healthy. It's not a bet that I would particularly make, but from a numbers standpoint, because they already made it, you can't now pay Brandon Ingram $40 to $50 million. That's the issue. We got Martin Gallegos coming up at 8:30, but coming up next, we have the NBA Power Rankings. Let's talk about the Kings' disrespect as per usual. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
By the way, as we talk Lauri Markkanen and Kings and get into the power rankings, we'll have Niners at 9 as well. So we will get into Brandon Aiyuk situation, some quotes coming from Richard Sherman, who always has something to say, but nothing big yet. Obviously, we let you know if something big has happened. But by the way, on this day, in 2007, Barry Bonds hit home run 756, becoming the home run king. And as I say that, I'm waiting for the first texter or chat mobber to say, he's not the king. He took steroids, and we will count it down. We're waiting for it in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But Barry Bonds, and, you know, back in the day in 2007, the Giants had Barry Bonds, and now they got Tyler Fitzgerald, who's doing things that we haven't seen. No home run yesterday as the Giants lose to the Nationals. Tough loss because you got to sack up these wins against the lesser opponents. But, you know, you have a guy in Tyler Fitzgerald. And obviously, I'm kidding. He's not Barry Bonds, but he has been balling, doing things that we haven't seen since A-Rod, Trey Turner, and Troy Tulowitzki. But Barry Bonds with 7 on this day in 2007, home run 756. When you watch old baseball videos, I know when you get to the playoffs, it still looks like this. I'm not trying to be that guy, but the electricity, man, it just feels like baseball just lose electricity every single season, no matter what they do. Because I watched it during the break, and it's just that place. I mean, obviously he was setting a record, but that place was lit. That place was lit, Simone.
2007.
Maybe
man.
2007 was lit in general.
Yeah, period.
That was a good time.
I don't know, dude. Baseball's losing all of its luster. I'm sorry to say. Even the old heads who loved it, that was their first love, as they proclaim. They're just falling out of love.
But it's actually, you can make the argument it's more excited than it's been, I'd say, in the last decade.
They're improving it,
right?
I agree.
With the shift rules and the pickoffs, and I know the launch angle can be tough, but the stolen bases. So I think this is all they've shortened the game.
Yep.
So I think they're running out of ideas. You know me personally. I want to, we talked about shortening the basketball season. That'll never happen. Shortening the baseball season, that'll never happen. But that's always where I've been. Just that what was it, 90 games during COVID?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to me, that was exciting.
It was weird.
That was
the whole.
It was weird, but everything was weird during that year. But it was exciting because every game mattered. When football has that urgency, and basketball or the NBA, they're still trying to create that urgency, but they don't have it either, right? But they still have more urgency than baseball, right? Mm-hmm. For basketball, okay, if you're a casual viewer, okay, once they get past Christmas, right, then we'll start paying attention. Baseball, you don't have to. You go through the whole summer. You go through one time I was doing one of my old personal podcasts, Simone, and I don't have the number on hand. I'm surprised I forgot it. I did the number of babies born throughout the baseball season. Mm-hmm. It's a ridiculous. I did the math, so who knows if it was correct or not. A lot happens during a baseball season. You got friends that get one girlfriend or boyfriend. They've had 3 different relationships, 3 different jobs.
Long season.
It's a long season. It's a long season. But shout out Barry Bonds this day in 2007, setting the home run record. Okay, let's get to these off-season power rankings. And this is just the Western Conference. So call in when this thing gets squirrely. 916-339-1140. And really, they're updating this in the off-season. So it's really based on the moves that teams are making or the moves that teams are not making. They have the Oklahoma City Thunder at number 1. Last week, they were 4. And I'm pretty sure that move did not, or the trades that they made, they were not last week, okay? Denver Nuggets, this is from NBA.com. So this is straight from the source. Denver Nuggets at number 2. The Dallas Mavericks at number 3. The Minnesota Timberwolves at number 4. And I don't really have any problems. I think Dallas is maybe a little high right now, but you got to give respect to Dallas and what they did getting to the finals. But 3 is maybe a little high for me. They got in as a 5 seed and then did their thing. Minnesota Timberwolves at number 4. The Phoenix Suns at number 5. That's a little high to me, but you do go out, get Tyus Jones and get some guys, so fine. Number 6, as I said, the New Orleans Pelicans. Now, their key addition, DeJounte Murray, they did lose to this point, as I was saying, how excited they should be. Key departures, they did lose Jonas Valanciunas, Dyson Daniels, Najee Marshall, who went to the Mavericks. Maybe that's part of the reason why the Mavericks are rising as well. And they got Klay Thompson, of course. And Larry Nance. They lost those 4 players who, obviously Jonas Valanciunas, big minutes, Najee Marshall. Larry Nance was hit or miss. Dyson Daniels as well. But the New Orleans Pelicans coming in at number 6. Number 7, the Golden State Warriors. Key departure, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Dario Saric. Key additions, DeAnthony Melton, Kyle Anderson, and Buddy Hield. They are in at number 7. That would still put them in the play-in. But the Golden State Warriors are ahead of your Sacramento Kings, who are sitting at number 8. Key addition, DeMar DeRozan. Key departures, Harrison Barnes and Davion Mitchell. And this is what they had to say. They have 2 segments, 3 numbers to know, and key questions. So first, 3 numbers to know. Each of the Kings' top 7 players in regard to total minutes played scored less efficiently than last season. Of course, that was the Beam Team year. They were one of 2 teams, the Pacers were the other, that ranked in the top 5 in both ball movement and player movement, according to Second Spectrum Tracking. Domantas Sabonis led the league with 4.1 assists on 3-pointers per game, second most for any player in the last 6 seasons. And the key question that they ask, the 15-year veteran who turns 30, I didn't say it in case Chris is listening. The key veteran on Wednesday has a birthday on Wednesday, and DeMar DeRozan can still get buckets and get to the line. And the Kings were worse in clutch games last season than they were otherwise. They were 20-19, and otherwise they were 26-17. But it may be a challenge for the player who ranks 4th in total isolations over the last 3 years to fit in with a team that moves the ball as much as the Kings. Perhaps they stagger minutes so DeRozan is the first starter to sub out and then comes back in to run the second unit. If they can have the best of both worlds while not taking a step back defensively, the Kings should stay in the mix for a top 8 spot in the West. This is bad. This is bad because it gets to a point where the Kings are just going to make everyone look crazy, or Vegas and NBA.com and The Ringer and all these other places, they don't have purple lenses on, and maybe they're on to something. I don't think they're number 8. Okay, I definitely don't think they're number 8. By the way, they have the Clippers at number 9, the Grizzlies at number 10, which I'm sure the Grizzlies don't like that, the Rockets at number 11, the Lakers at number 12, the Spurs at number 13, the Jazz at 14, and the Blazers rounding it out at the bottom at 15. But after all that and everything the Kings did, and they didn't add, by the way, they didn't add any draft picks, so there's no talk of draft picks, at least there's not with the Kings. So they have the Kings still in the play-in, and they wouldn't even get a home playoff game. They'd have to now continue this ridiculousness with the Warriors and go to the Bay Area. And to me, that's the first egregious one. That's the most egregious one, the Golden State Warriors. So at least number 7, which still puts you in the play-in. After that, I can't put them over the Pelicans. I mean, why would I put them over the Pelicans when they can't beat the Pelicans? Now, the Pelicans didn't look like world beaters against everyone else, but I don't know that I can put them over the Pelicans. The Phoenix Suns, I think the Phoenix Suns are a bit high, but, I was talking to Jason Ross, what was that, last week, and he said, I think the Suns are going to figure it out. I think this is the year. It's been a couple years. You know who else agrees and has the Suns over the Sacramento Kings now with the addition of Tyus Jones? That would be one Kyle Draper. I heard Kyle Draper talk about that as well last week. So obviously on paper, everybody's going to pick the Suns. I think they still have a thin bench. Okay, they lost Drew Eubanks and Eric Gordon, and they have guys and Grayson Allen who's been balling out. But I do think it's a coin flip. And then after that, you have the Timberwolves, the Mavericks, the Nuggets, and the Thunder. So to me, it's just I don't really know what's happening if you're not making any type of move. And everybody that's still in that play-in, that's what we talked about early in the show. They're all still in the mix to try to get at. Nobody wants to be in that play-in. This whole idea, the whole facade, and I'm so glad it's over because I was tired of hearing about it. This whole facade of, oh, the Lakers, look how far they got out of the play-in. Look where the Heat got. Okay, you can try that mess again and see what happens because it didn't work this time. Did not work this time. There were no random runs. So you don't want to be the play-in is not a safety for you. That means something went wrong. Not that, oh, we can just kick it in the play-in and go from there. Nobody has done it. And I don't know when someone is going to do it. You can talk about the Heat all you want. The Celtics choked. The Bucks choked. That's not the norm. So what are the Kings going to do to get out of this? So as much as I want to huff and puff and be mad, really the only team that I think makes it egregious is the Golden State Warriors. And that still puts the Kings in the play-in. So that's a problem. Do I think they could be better than that? Sure. But it's going to be the two teams I'm looking at to take a step back. And well, technically it's three. I just don't know how far. The Suns, hopefully they still continue to mess around. And the Mavericks, hopefully they continue to mess around. And I'm not very high on the Nuggets. I think the Nuggets have had a terrible offseason. So maybe the Nuggets are the team that exit the chat so that the Kings can enter, but it's going to have to be a couple teams. That's as it's presently constructed. And of course, that's what Monty McNair said on these airwaves with one Jason Ross. Coming up next, Martin Gallegos, A's writer for MLB.com, joins us. So we talk a little bit of Oakland A's and get you excited about their arrival in Sacramento. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity pro-am golf tournament, a $1 million hole-in-one contest, a celebrity skins game, a draft party, and a concert under the stars. The Gold Rush Classic raises money for Jordan's Guardian Angels, Make-A-Wish, First Tee of Sacramento, local youth sports, and other worthwhile children's charities. The Gold Rush Classic takes place on August 22nd and 23rd in Rancho Murrieta. Come join the fun, raise money for charity, and play golf with basketball royalty like Reggie Theus, Kenny Thomas, Olden Polynice, or Greg Ostertag. Or if you like football, we have Lloyd, Merriweather, Sharp, Schumann, and OK Baseball. Who do you like? We have those guys too. Jesse Orozco, Frank Arroyo, Jim Barr, Greg Vaughn, and others. Sponsorships are still available at goldrushclassic.org. The Gold Rush Classic is sponsored by Northwest Exteriors. For over 29 years, we've been dedicated to enhancing the comfort, efficiency, and aesthetic appeal of homes in Greater Sacramento. Simply the best. Trust Northwest.
Play and win to take your loyalty to new heights at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Sign up for Sky River Rewards, and you'll get $15 free play to use on your first visit. Plus, you'll be in the know about upcoming special events and offers. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks or online sacsuperstore.com. Big inventory and the right deal. Experience it for yourself and see why their customers drive away smiling. It's the Sac Superstore difference.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
About to get into some A's talk. The Oakland A's unable to take down the White Sox and give the White Sox that historic loss last night, but they have been heating up a little bit, the A's, and trying to do some things. They had a rough stretch against the Dodgers, but I mean, it's the Dodgers. What do you expect? Battle of the Bay coming up. That's not done. One more round of the Battle of the Bay. So we will break all that down as well. Got some chat mobs here as we continue the conversation on the flag football situation, seeing some names continue to come through. Saw Josh Rosen, and that actually was a name I was trying to remember. Josh Rosen. Yeah, he's probably the worst quarterback that you put out there for flag football, and Team USA would still get the W. So I would say Josh Rosen. And if you're just now joining us, thank you for joining us. Alan Stiles of Stiles and Watkins, Phil for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. And we are joined by Martin Gallegos. Martin Gallegos, writer for MLB.com and covers the A's. Martin, thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. How you doing?
We're good, Martin. We're good. All right, let's start here. The A's had a bit of a rough stretch against the Dodgers, but I mean, the Dodgers, they do that to everyone. They've been hot and cold this throughout this last stretch, right? And they had their whole situation against the Giants. I want to ask this question from the Sacramento perspective, though. The trade deadline. Did it feel like the front office, and we heard the general man, we heard people speak from the front office about the trade deadline. Did it feel like they were trying to make a point? And yes, they did move some pieces, but they didn't move some of their big boppers like Brent Rooker, guys like that, Mason Miller. Did it feel like they were trying to make a point that this wasn't going to be the typical trade deadline for the A's, and they were going to move their guys because they weren't in contention and get a bunch of pieces? I saw somebody rank them. It might have been The Athletic. They gave them a B. And I thought, well, or a B minus. And I thought, well, it's almost like the A's wanted a B minus because they probably get an A if they give up Mason Miller for a bunch of picks and Brent Rooker for a bunch of picks. But they said they didn't want to do that. They didn't want an A at the trade deadline. They wanted to show Sacramento and show A's fans that we're trying to build something. Did it feel like they were trying to make a point?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just talking with David Force kind of in the lead up to the deadline, he kind of made it clear that this wasn't going to be a typical deadline like we've seen the past couple of years where they're just going to move guys for prospects. They feel like they have some pieces in place here to where they're far along in their rebuild to maybe as early as next year, they could be in contention for a potential playoff spot. And trading away a guy like Brent Rooker or Mason Miller, even like a Shea Langeliers, I mean, that doesn't really help them for next year. If they have prospects who aren't going to be ready for a few years. So I think they were opportunistic in the guys that they did trade. They traded away Lucas Erceg, but they got three pretty good prospects. One was already in their bullpen, and Will Klein, and another guy, Mason Barnett, who could be in this rotation as early as next year. So I think they were pretty strategic in the way that they, sold guys to other teams and got some prospects back that they really like. So, as far as, keeping Rooker around, they feel like he's actually, a piece of this future, and they feel like he could be part of the group of young guys. He's 29, but, he's still under control for a few more years. So he could be part of that, core of young guys who kind of help to turn things around and get them maybe back into playoff contention here pretty soon.
I know you mentioned Brent Rooker, so maybe I'll remove him as well. Talking to Martin Gallegos, A's writer for MLB.com. Who or what has been the bright spot this season besides Mason Miller? And we could put Brent Rooker in that conversation just to make it tougher on you, Martin.
I'd say, this whole lineup has been really good. I mean, you look at the numbers, and especially in July. I mean, they were arguably the best offense in all of baseball in July. I think they led the league in home runs and several categories. But I think overall home runs, I think they're maybe third or fourth behind like the Dodgers and some of the other big teams out there. So they've identified a group of guys who can hit, especially at the top of that lineup. Whether it's Lawrence Butler, who's had a great year as a rookie, JJ Bleday, Miguel Andujar, Brent Rooker, Shea Langeliers. Even Zach Geloff, who's kind of been struggling this year. He's still a guy who they really believe in. So they have the makings of a lineup. Max Schumann, the shortstop's had a really good year as a rookie. So kind of 1 through 9, they've kind of developed a lineup here where they feel really good about. And they've got a couple of prospects coming up, like Jacob Wilson, who debuted and then he got hurt. Nick Kurtz, who they drafted 5th overall in the draft. They feel like he's going to be up here really, really soon if all goes according to plan. So as far as the overall offense, I feel like that's kind of been the one key standout here this year, where they've got a group of a lineup where they could go out there every day and you kind of know who's going to be in the lineup, as opposed to the last couple of years where it was kind of mix and match, see who's swinging a hot bat, get them in the lineup, move them around. Mark Cutts kind of identified 1 through 9, kind of the guys who he likes in there, and more times than not, they're putting up a lot of runs every night.
So it sounds like, Martin, if I'm correct, we're talking to Martin Gallegos from MLB.com, covers the A's. Would next season the path to success or the path to relevancy will start there? Go out, get some pitching, and we'll be able to support you on the offensive end. Do you expect this offseason the A's spend some money, get some pitching, and they get out there to Sutter Health Ballpark on those hot August days and start hitting some homers?
Yeah, for sure. I think that they definitely view their offense as a strength. Pitching side, they do have some young guys who could be contributing here soon. But yeah, I think if they're going to go out and make some moves as far as to add pieces, I think it definitely starts with the pitching, specifically the starting rotation. They've got a few guys in there right now who are developing, but they're fairly young. So I think you could definitely see them go out and get maybe a veteran type starter, like they did this offseason with guys like Alex Wood and Ross Stripling. Maybe a version of those guys next year and kind of have them lead this young rotation.
Martin, got one more question for you, but it's kind of two-part with Jacob Wilson. I mean, you got to do a double take when you look at, and we know he's injured, so I want to get an update from you on him. You got to do a double take when you realize that this dude, and I know things have changed with COVID and removing some of the draft rounds, but this dude I had to re-look, Martin, drafted in 2023. He was drafted in 2023. I mean, you just that's A-Rod. You just don't see stuff like that. I was complaining yesterday that all these other teams have these stud shortstops, right? And I know you're familiar with what the Giants got going on. Marco Luciano, he's been moved from shortstop. He's a DH right now, even though Tyler Fitzgerald's balling out. We don't necessarily know if he's the guy. You got Ellie De La Cruz. You got Bobby Witt Jr. You got all these stud shortstops. Do the A's feel like they have their stud shortstop of the future with Jacob Wilson?
Yeah, without question. I mean, defensively, he's great. Offensively, his bat-to-ball skills, he never strikes out. You look at his strikeout numbers, and they're pretty insane, and they've been like that throughout college. He rarely strikes out. He always puts the ball in play. I mean, the one thing he doesn't have is maybe not a lot of pop, which you'd want a little bit more out of a shortstop. But, as long as you're going to keep hitting, I mean, you could put him at the top of the lineup. I mean, he's kind of the table setter for, the big power bats, whether it be like a Brent Rooker or a Shea Langeliers. So there's a lot of excitement. I know, the first day that he came up, you kind of feel a different energy about him. It just kind of exudes a lot of, energy and excitement. And so I think, hopefully, I think they think he's going to be back here maybe as soon as the end of this month. But, he's rehabbing. He's been taking batting practice. But Yeah, I mean, to come up, this quickly. I mean, I know he played a lot of college baseball, and I think that plays a large part in it. If you play, a few years of college ball, you're maybe a little bit more advanced, but he definitely earned it. I mean, he hit 400 at every level in minor league baseball. So, I mean, it got to a point to where they really couldn't keep him down. He had nothing else to prove down there at AAA. So they figured, why not just give him a shot to get his feet wet here, and maybe next year he kind of hits the ground running. So definitely a lot of excitement about him. And I know it's changed a little bit, like you said, with the draft and how things are nowadays. But I think part of it was just performance. I mean, he earned it. I mean, you could be the number one pick, but I mean, if you're not performing in the minors, you're gonna, it's gonna take you a little longer to get up here. But he was a combination of a high draft pick and performing at every level of the minor leagues pretty quickly.
Martin Gallegos covers the A's for MLB.com, writes for the A's. Be sure to find all of his work on MLB.com. Also, follow him on social media. Great follow. Everything you need to know with the A's coming to Sacramento and what they're working with. So you know some of these players, not just talking about when Shohei or whoever come. The A's got some dudes too. Martin, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Alan. See ya.
Great stuff, as always, from Martin. Coming up next, who's hot, who's not, and let's go streaking. Will I finally get my first hit? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
The only place you'll find De'Aaron Fox is Sacktown Sports.
Spins away from the defender, in the paint, soft floater. That's a great play by De'Aaron Fox.
Hey, Sacramento, it's De'Aaron Fox, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Power comes in many forms. The beloved power nap, the enviable power couple, the celebrated power hitter. But around here, Kohl's Cash is power. And if you earned it recently, it's time for your power trip to Kohl's. Will you redeem your Kohl's Cash on those Adidas sneakers you've been eyeing? Will you flex at the block party with that new ice cream maker? Will you replace your kids' favorite shorts because they outgrew them again? However you redeem your Kohl's Cash before it expires, more power to you. Not valid on Sephora at Kohl's. Additional exclusions may apply.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, with the A's starting rotation in flux for much of the year, left-hander J.P. Sears has been a constant. In fact, he hasn't missed a start going back to the beginning of last year. And when he beat the White Sox to begin the A's most recent homestand, that meant the A's had won 6 of his previous 7 starts. And during those 6 wins, his ERA was 1.73.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper. As the proud sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mock Crew, Alsco Uniforms offers certified hygienically clean lab coats, scrubs, bed linens, towels, floor mats, and an array of mops tailored for your healthcare facility. Our services include convenient delivery to your doorstep. Leading the way in healthcare laundry services in Northern California, discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Okay, Simone, Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. They'll be back on Monday, but right now, what's hot?
It's more of a who's hot right now, and that would be one Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is the leading scorer for Team USA in the Olympics with 16.8 points per game. Is he hot enough to be the number one option, in your opinion? I gotta know.
Yes, and I think that's literally how they drew it up. I mean, the only other player would be Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant isn't starting, and all these guys are veterans in the league, elder statesmen, and they don't necessarily want it. They don't necessarily need it. LeBron wants to be that all-around guy, like you said, the only person averaging, 10, 5, and 5 besides Nikola Jokic. Kevin Durant is more that closer when you really need a bucket at the end of the game, and Steph is just running around setting screens. So Anthony Edwards, I think that he definitely can be that guy for this team, and that's exactly what they need. Who is not?
I know we talked about it earlier, but I gotta continue with hopping on these White Sox. Although the White Sox historic losing streak is over, you remember last year the little Tim Anderson, Jose Ramirez fight?
Oh, yeah.
Since that fight about a year ago, that happened on August 5th last year, the White Sox are 35-120 with a .291 winning percentage. That directly, of course, corresponds with them possessing the worst winning percentage in the league this season with a 24% of the time win.
It's just insane. It's just insane, and everybody is joking. Everybody is joking about, oh my goodness, the Tim Anderson fall off needs to be studied, and I agree. But really, the White Sox in general, they need to be studied. And it's funny because I actually thought that they did more while they had Tim Anderson. Really, they just had that one playoff run in 2021 where they lost in the divisional round to the Houston Astros. I'm pretty sure, off the top of my head, they had some type of wild card, but I think that might have been the one wild card or something like that. But yeah, just really, really embarrassing for the White Sox and everything that they kind of put into this thing. They were a team that they had power everywhere. They had the fielding. They had the pitching, and a lot of people thought they'd be good for a very long time. I think there's a Jeff Passan tweet floating around saying how much the White Sox are set up to succeed for the foreseeable future. I think that was in 2021 when they lost, and things just went left, just like that hook. There might have been a right hook that knocked out Tim Anderson. So even though Tim Anderson's gone, the losses still remain for the White Sox. And I mean, they blow it up in some type of way. They didn't move anybody or any of the big boppers at the deadline. So it's a mess.
honorable mention for the A's who allowed this to happen?
Yeah.
Their streak?
Yeah. Well, the A's, I mean, you would have had the longest winning streak happen at the Oakland Coliseum, the longest losing streak happen at the Coliseum, which would have been really cool. But, the A's, the White Sox, they weren't going down. Nobody wants to have that mantle. That's not something that you can come back from. So the White Sox, I think they were going to do whatever they could to get that W, and they got it done. They got it done. So that was who's hot and who's not. JR is on the line, 916-339-1140. If you want to be a part of the conversation, talking Niners, Kings, and who's hot, who's not. Also, who's the worst quarterback that could bring home gold in flag football for the U.S. in L.A. in 2028. What's up, JR? What you got for us?
What's up, De La Styles?
Oh, not too much. How are you doing?
Running the show for Carmichael Dave and the Big Head, huh? Look at you.
Right. That's right. The boys are away, so they let me do what I got to do.
Nice. That's a hard airplane to keep up air and without any turbulence. So well done, young man.
Thanks.
And I know Simone's really the key, the beautiful Simone back there.
That's right.
Running the show. Yes,
that's right.
Of course. Hey, one quick thing on getting lunch. You get a nice salad, burger, beer. It's $30. You got a 20 and 2 10s in your wallet. You hand it, and you're like, damn, $6, 20%. Do I leave the 2 extra, 4 extra? Yeah, that is a dilemma that all men deal with.
I'm telling you, it's tough. And I just go ahead and I just give them the 10 most days,
Yeah, and then the next thing you know, you're walking down the street and you want to buy something. You're like, damn, I wish I had $3 or $4 more dollars. And you don't. I think Dak Prescott could play that team and still win the flag football. Even that low level.
He might lose it.
Well, he'll think like the time's out and he'll kneel down and go, oh, what do you mean 3 seconds is up already?
Yeah.
Duh. Love you guys. Great show. Bye-bye.
Thanks, JR. All right, it's time. Let's go streaking.
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
We're streaking.
It's been rough for you, no?
It has
What
been.
has been going on? I feel like you have to kind of fill me in and fill in the listeners because I wasn't here the last 2 days.
There's nothing to fill in. There's nothing to fill in. I can't get a hit. I picked Jazz Chisholm the first day. I can't even remember who I picked the second day, and I just didn't get it done.
Wow.
So now we're here on the third day.
Alan, Mr. White Sox can't get a hit.
That's right. That's right. But I feel good about today.
Yeah, you have an idea of who you're selecting today?
Well, are we going to go over who I had?
Well, yes. Actually, re-rack who you selected and Kyle selected yesterday, please.
So yesterday I went with Ellie De La Cruz. It was a bit of a safe pick.
It's hot right now.
That's right. It was a bit of a safe pick, but I couldn't mess around any longer. I had to figure it out.
I trust he got it done.
He did.
Yes.
He did. I think he went 4 for 5. He balled out yesterday.
You're on the board.
That's right. I am on the board, and today is another opportunity. I'm staying away from the White Sox today's game. I'll tell you that much. I'm actually going to go. I'm just going to go simple here, and I'm going to take a page out of your book with the Yankees taking on the lowly Angels. All right, I'm going to go with Juan Soto.
Love it. Love it.
Well,
what about...
you do now. We'll see tomorrow.
It looks like Kyle had selected Xander Bogaerts.
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did we get a hit?
Xander Bogaerts, because Kyle's just always going to pick the Padres. Xander Bogaerts. So they had 6 runs, so it's looking good so far. Xander Bogaerts, 1 for 5. Barely.
That'll do it.
But that's all you need.
Do it.
That's all you need.
I'm going to go ahead and delight in the hits of one Bobby Witt Jr. today as Kansas City welcomes Boston, the Red Sox, into town for a nice 5-10 baseball game.
There you go. All right, let's see if we can both stay hot and I can get to 2. It will be my high score getting to 2. And if Simone and Kyle can keep it rolling. Coming up next, Niners at 9. We go back through that Mike Silver article, and a former elite wide receiver himself weighs in on whether or not Brandon Aiyuk is replaceable. That's right. Is he replaceable? Let's talk about it. Let's keep the phone lines going, text line going, chat mobbers, keep going too. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band. Live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Jason Mraz and the Super Band with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings' Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of a world in the universe.
God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
It is, but it's not Carmichael Dave. And it's not Jason Ross. It's Alan Stiles filling in for the fellas today through Friday. We'll be back with Chris Watkins, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. on Monday, and the guys will be back on Monday as well. Niners at 9. But before we get into Niners at 9, Simone says she's getting blown up. Earlier in the show, we asked the question, who's the worst quarterback, the worst American quarterback that could bring home gold in 2028 for the flag football event in the Olympics? We've heard some very, very interesting names from Tim Tebow to Colin Kaepernick to everything in between, Josh Rosen as well. Simone, you said you're getting some from your friends as well.
And again, I want to highlight, we want the best of the worst, if that makes sense. We're looking for the absolute floor of what's possible for the U.S. to still get gold in this flag football competition that's going to be premiering in the Olympics in 2028. We are getting some text here on my own personal hotline bling. It's, let's see, the pride of the Pacific Northwest, Geno Smith. Can I interest you in a Geno Smith?
Geno Smith, I think Geno could do it. I think Geno's too good. It goes from too bad to too good so quickly.
Yeah, it's aggressive. What about Marcus Mariota? Just take a deep breath in for that one.
I don't know.
You don't know if it's possible.
I don't. I mean, if you're in the NFL, and again, when you play flag football, can you run? I don't even know how he can run nowadays, but can you? If there's a blitz, can you scramble? Because if it's just Marcus Mariota throwing the football, there might be a problem.
What about Mark Sanchez? Do you remember
butt
him?
fumble?
Yes, butt fumble.
Holding up gold.
Jets.
Here's the thing. If you were to ask me, Mark Sanchez, I'm just at the bottom of the barrel here. 4 NFL quarterbacks and their situations. Daniel Jones, Aiden O'Connell, Sam Darnold, and Jarrett Stidham and Bo Nix. So if I'm going to say, if I even feel like I could say yes with Mark Sanchez, then I have to say yes with all of these guys.
Fair
I think
enough.
Mark Sanchez could get it done. I have this random from the Sportster.com. Random QBs. How about Matt Leinart? I don't know. Can Matt Leinart get it done? Keep the names coming in. Ryan Leaf, somebody said on the text line. Ryan Leaf.
We're getting a Trubisky. Ugh, hate to see it.
916, give me Mitchell Trubisky. I don't know if he can win it. I don't know if he can win gold. We need to know who they're going up against, right? I mean, you got, the Canadian Football League, and I know there's leagues everywhere when you play them in back in the day in Madden, but I don't know. It depends on the gameplay.
What about, can I interest you in a Jamarcus Russell?
Yeah, somebody popped in with that a couple hours ago. He's not winning gold. I'm sorry. He's not winning gold.
Honest.
I'm sorry.
Rude, but true.
Rude, but true. Jamarcus Russell is not winning gold. Not then, not now. But I do think Johnny Manziel would. I do feel like Johnny Manziel. That's what they should just do with this thing, right? I mean, what quarterback are you going to get to do this? I can't see any of these. And not that they can
I want
stop.
training camp.
They can
I
stop
want flag
them.
football training camp.
Yeah. 916. Give me Kyler Murray, so maybe he can taste some success for the first time playing football. He was successful in college. Will the Niners be successful with this whole Brandon Aiyuk situation? And this Mike Silver article really, from the SF Chronicle, really highlights how annoyed the Niners are. This is an excerpt. Quite simply, according to multiple sources, the head coach is bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, from the receiver's conspicuous bro hugs to his perceived brooding and willing to move on. So they don't even want him around anymore. He doesn't like the sight of him, Kyle Shanahan does. And this is getting really nasty, all right? And to answer the question of whether or not Christian McCaffrey accidentally said former teammate, or maybe he knows something, this is also from the Mike Silver article. Suddenly, Shanahan's offense appears unnervingly vulnerable. It would look a lot better with Aiyuk back in the fold. Barring a change in organizational thinking, that's not likely to happen. Then he goes on to say, this begs the question, if the Niners didn't want to pay Aiyuk market value, which is their prerogative, why didn't they deal him before the draft? That way they could have acquired a pick or picks to be used on players who could have helped them in 2024. Earlier on in the article, bring up Ricky Pearsall. Somebody's about to say, well, what about Ricky Pearsall? Ricky Pearsall dealing with a nagging shoulder injury. This dude's barely been able to get on the field. They're not even tackling yet. So it's a problem for the Niners. Or is it? We have some sound from former wide receiver Chad Ochocinco, who isn't convinced. But first, let's get to Adam Schefter and what went down with the Patriots last night.
New England had the parameters of a trade in place with San Francisco. That wasn't the issue, but they weren't getting a great vibe here as they tried to conduct communication with Brandon Aiyuk and his agent. And the longer it went on, the worse they felt about it. And eventually they said, what are we doing here? Let's just focus in on the young receivers that we have. They feel like they're excited about them. And rather than go ahead and give up a huge amount of compensation to the 49ers after or before going ahead to give up what would be a big contract to Brandon Aiyuk that he didn't seem overly receptive about getting, they said, we're just going to stand pat and stand down.
Here's the Patriots depth chart. Kendrick Bourne for wide receiver. Kendrick Bourne, Demario Douglas, Jalen Polk, KJ Osborne.
Who?
Juju Smith-Schuster. He's
Okay,
TikToking somewhere.
okay.
And Javon Baker.
Who?
Jalen Reagor. Now I'm at the third string. Jalen Reagor, he flamed out with the Eagles. So what everybody is saying is, yeah, Aiyuk said no. This isn't about the Patriots having a change of heart, but they didn't like the vibe that was coming. Aiyuk probably didn't like the weather. He asked how cold it was going to be. Is Drake May balling out? Pick your poison. Jacoby Brissett is the starter. You have Drake May second string, Joe Milton third string, and they're still rocking with Bailey Zappi as the fourth string. So this is exactly the situation that we've been curious if Aiyuk was just there for the money. There are reports that $30 million was there with the Patriots, but Aiyuk also wants to win. Like we discussed yesterday, Aiyuk wants everything. You ever have a taste for two types of food or three types of food, and you don't know, okay, what am I going to do? Am I going to get one taco and a half a burger? What am I going to do? Aiyuk wants the house that has, a great basement, right? It's furnished. It's in a great area, great interest rates. Everything is perfect. There's perfect weather all the time. And maybe he'll get it. I still don't think that's the Steelers. I really don't. But in his mind, that's close enough. He's got most of it. So that's what he wants. Let's get to this Chad Ochocinco sound. And Chad Ochocinco really is saying what I think the Niners feel. But when Ricky Pearsall is getting memed and he can't stay on the field, you got to hope you don't swing and miss. But I do think a lot of people feel like this when you talk about the quote-unquote leverage and if they do end up dealing Brandon Aiyuk.
Super Bowl window. 49ers still open, closed?
No, it's still there.
Or closed?
Nah, it's still there. It's still there. You got to think they're losing one individual that is. I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. It's a position that is replaceable. If you think about the NFL in general, receivers are a dime a dozen. The special ones are not. The top 5, the top 3, special. But everyone outside of that is replaceable. You can find and get that production from so many other players, especially maybe the ones that they're going to have fill that spot. The way their offense is run, they'll be fine. The way Shanahan calls plays, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think
so. A lot of people feel that way. I think a lot of Niners fans initially felt that way. There are some Niner fans that feel like, hey, we're underselling Aiyuk's connection with Brock Purdy. Me personally, I hate to be on the fence because I know everyone hates a fence sitter, but I do think it's a little bit of both. I mean, you see the connection between Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, Brandon Aiyuk, that out route that he runs, it's just perfect, right? Brock Purdy knows where he's going to be. They're really starting to build that every single time. And now you're talking about somebody in Brandon Aiyuk who's no longer going to be there. So Brock has to find that somewhere else. Maybe it is Ricky Pearsall. Maybe it's Danny Gray. Who knows? I mean, maybe it's Jacob Cowing. They keep on bringing a wide receiver. Somebody else got a hit. Maybe it is Juwan Jennings. All right. Who else could it be? You have to find somebody. So I agree that if you're not part of the top 5, your production is replaceable. I disagree because if you are that security blanket, I do think that it changes things. I do think that it changes the way that you are perceived in that offense. So I agree with Ocho Cinco in a vacuum, but as far as the Niners are concerned, we have not seen Brock Purdy without someone like a Brandon Aiyuk or Brandon Aiyuk himself, not somebody like him. So that is what I'm torn on. Matt Mayoko just put this out, and you can do with this information what you will at 8:47. Matt Mayoko, who's been locked in on all this as well, he says there's been a lot of talk about leverage and which sides have it during the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Fact, Aiyuk controls where he goes, if he goes, among teams that work at a deal with the 49ers. He must sign off on a multi-year contract in order to end up with a new team. So the Niners can say, we're not doing business with this team because that's not enough, even if, and that's been the situation with the Steelers. So not too much of a conversation about things we didn't already know, but the bottom line is Aiyuk has to sign off. So that's why the Patriots situation didn't work out, or the Browns, if he doesn't want to go to the Browns. I just keep asking the question, what if the Steelers can't get there? What if the Steelers say, well, we're out too? What if that happens? And you have somebody, and maybe Chad Ochocinco's wrong, or maybe it's specific to Kyle Shanahan and the Niners offense. Is Brandon Aiyuk viewed differently from other teams than he is by the Niners? Because the Niners, they feel like, hey, we scheme guys open. We got Kyle Shanahan. So I think that Ochocinco's not wrong, but it's specific to the Niners and Kyle Shanahan and maybe a couple other teams that aren't looking to add. I would say the Chiefs, because they have Patrick Mahomes, guys like that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Bring up the Chiefs in this conversation.
Well, I'm just saying they're a team that, I mean, I guess Xavier Worthy is their new number one, but they didn't even have a one. They had your boy Juju TikToking. That's who they had.
I just really want to take this time to applaud the 49ers for finding new and inventive ways to really cause drama each offseason. I mean, every year we just go down new avenues and options that I didn't know were possible before. So again, I just want to thank you. Thank you, Faithful, for making this possible.
I will say this, and the word distraction is obviously, it has a negative connotation. And it did bug me. And I didn't, like I said, I might still be wrong on my pick. It turns out that that draft class was just not very good. But and I wanted Justin Fields, so I could still be wrong. But it did bug me when the word distraction was getting thrown around with Trey Lance, because you could say he's a terrible quarterback all you want. That's fine. We could have that conversation. But when, it was, okay, well, he kind of wants to leave. He wants to leave because he's been named the third string. There was also conversation about the Niners wanting to move off of him because every single training camp, and I'm sure Emil can attest to this, Emil Fergoso, our Sacktown Sports 49ers insider, hey, why didn't Trey get as many reps, or what are your thoughts there? And they were tired of these questions on the rep count. I bring all that up because that wasn't a distraction that Trey was a part of. Trey didn't ask. Trey didn't say, hey, right, I want more reps, right?
It wasn't self-inflicted.
It wasn't self-inflicted. This now people truly know this is what a distraction is. If you were confused before as to what a distraction is, this is literally what a distraction is. And to that point, that's why I do not think that this franchise thing for the next 2 years is going to happen, because I don't think that the Niners want to deal with this over and over again, and the TikToks and everything like that. I just don't think they want to deal with that. Coming up next, we head back into Kings land. Yesterday, we talked about our biggest worry with the Kings. Let's talk about another one that I have. Yesterday, it was Keegan Murray. Today, it's De'Aaron Fox. It's an uncomfortable conversation, but let's have it. How close is De'Aaron Fox to his ceiling? And how much better does he need to be for the Kings to truly contend? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost, or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Your new home for 49ers football in the 916 Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. They will be back on Monday. Simone, can you help me? Is that a horn? Are those horns playing?
Yeah,
Okay,
definitely. It sounds like a French horn if you want to get real specific.
I mean, is there a better 1-2 punch than a hip hop than a hip hop beat with either horns or piano?
Yeah, orchestral
or
sounds.
Or violin.
Yes, orchestral sounds. I like it. There isn't anything better.
It hits every single time. And TC hits every single time. We're about to get into De'Aaron Fox and that ceiling of his. But first, let's continue the Niners conversation. 916-339 if you want to be a part of the conversation. TC, what's up, man? What you got for me?
Yes, sir. Alan, Simone, thank you, man. It's good. Hey, Alan, this right up my wheelhouse. This will take you back all the way when you was, I know you you got new things and up and coming, but when you was back at 95.7, when I used to call in, big dog, you remember me?
I remember.
Sure. That's why I love you, big dog, for sure, because you remember. Check it out. This up the wheelhouse, dog. We try to tell y'all about the whole Lane situation in Kyle, big dog, about a distraction and all that. Trey, the problem with Trey is because Trey was supposed to start from day one. That's why they tried to get Trey. That wasn't a distraction. Jimmy was supposed to be gone when we drafted that kid and he was supposed to start from day one. I'm with you, Alan. It was either Justin or Trey, in my opinion. It wasn't Mac. It wasn't nobody else, bro. But when Trey didn't start from day one, that was the downfall of this team, bro. And that's how they screwed that whole situation up. And Brandon and Trent and a lot of these guys around the organization, bro, has not forgot about that. They haven't forgot about Armstead. They haven't forgot. I don't care about the money they paid Bosa. I don't care about Warner, about Kittle. If you think about those contract negotiations, those were an issue too. The players are fed up with this situation, and then they're looking at Kyle with a side eye like, bro, we can't win the big one with you, dude. We keep going to these places. We've been backing you up all these years, dog, and we're not winning anything. And you're coming out here throwing people under the bus, making it about you. It's about us. Then when it's time to get paid, after we've done everything that you asked, right, you want to start playing with us. And then you want to push it off on Parag and all this and that. Like, no, bro, miss me with all that. It's a clown show in Santa Clara, dog, and I'm over it, homie. That's all I got.
Thanks for the call, TC, as always. Well, the thing about the Kyle thing is he is so successful. So you haven't won the big one, but the grass ain't always greener. Now, I did see Tim Kawakami and Parag is the one, Parag Marath, who handles the cap situation for the Niners. He is the one, according to Tim Kawakami, that is really the one in these conversations. It's not as much John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, but that is definitely how they choose to do business, and that is one way to do it. I mean, is it the best way to do it? Maybe not, but that's how the Niners have done it. And again, if you leave with nothing and this whole thing ends and you don't get a Super Bowl, I think you would still consider it a success, but it would be viewed a little differently. We are going to get to Kings, but we want to make sure we give Kings their just due. I'm getting this from Matt Mayoko. So he quote tweets his last post, and he says, so of course, that also means, and for just now joining us, his original post was, there's been a lot of talk about leverage and which sides has it during the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Fact, Aiyuk controls where he goes, if he goes, among teams that work out a deal with the 49ers. He must sign off on a multi-year contract in order to end up with a new team. He then quote tweets himself and says, so, of course, that also means Aiyuk can go only right now to a team that is able to provide the Niners with the trade compensation to which they agree. And here's the kicker. Right now, the Browns and the 49ers have worked out the particulars, while the Niners and Steelers are in discussions. So how I read that, Aiyuk does not want to go to the Browns, because if the Niners and Browns already worked out the particulars, then what are we talking about? The Niners and Steelers are still in discussions. So I don't know what happens next with the Browns if that's not where Aiyuk wants to go. I'm not sure. So that's what I'm saying. If the Niners and the Steelers can't get there, what would Brandon Aiyuk rather do? Go to the dog pound in Cleveland or play on his fifth year? That could easily be the question. I'm not going to sit here and assume that the Niners and Steelers can get there, because I have no clue if they can get there or not. That's literally where this is. That's literally where we currently are. Richard Sherman had this to say, and I think, and Richard Sherman, I give him a lot of flack, because if you ask a kid under the age of 21, who did Richard Sherman play for? I don't know how many people would know that he's a Super Bowl champion with the Seattle Seahawks. He only talks about the Niners, or that's the only time he's in the news. But he hit it right on the money with this. And he says, it's such a weird situation because for all intents and purposes, both sides have done everything you want in this relationship. They've had team success. Brandon Aiyuk has had individual success. They drafted him in the first round. He's done everything you'd expect a first-round receiver to do. He's coming off his most productive year, been relatively healthy most of his career. You can't be mad at him if you're the 49ers, and if you're him, you can't really be that mad at the 49ers. They gave you a legitimate chance on a championship contending team for your entire career. It's been a magnificent career so far, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to have a happy ending. It's going to have one of those endings that just leaves a bad taste in everybody's mouth. He goes on to say you can't pay everyone, and that's true. That's what it is. I mean, the only thing you would say, if you're a Niner fan, you can be mad at the Niners because if you never thought you were going to pay him, I mean, these guys get paid so much money. Did you not know what DJ Moore was going to get paid? Did you not know what Jalen Waddle was going to get paid? Did you not know that this whole thing was about to explode? So that's what Mike Silver was saying. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say you did know that the wide receiver market was about to pop. So if you did know that, then why didn't you move him? If you knew that. And if you didn't know that, well, then that's on you.
Yeah, then it's incompetence.
Yeah, which I don't know what's worse if you didn't. I guess you could claim, hey, we didn't think that Jalen Waddle would start making whatever he's making, 28, 29 million, and DJ Moore was going to make 27.5. We just didn't see that coming. But it seemed like everybody else did. So obviously, we'll keep you up to date on that one. Alan Styles got you next 2 days, so plenty of Brandon Aiyuk to continue to get into. Coming up next, we ask the question and we follow up on De'Aaron Fox, the biggest worry you have going into this Kings season, and how close is De'Aaron Fox to his ceiling. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Russ, Alan Styles filling in.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Styles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat? I don't know. Why? Peer pressure. Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat. Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, with the A's starting rotation in flux for much of the year, left-hander J.P. Sears has been a constant. In fact, he hasn't missed a start going back to the beginning of last year. And when he beat the White Sox to begin the A's most recent homestand, that meant the A's had won 6 of his previous 7 starts. And during those 6 wins, his ERA was 1.73.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rate supply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Sacramento. Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Arby's of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. I promise you we're going to get to this De'Aaron Fox stuff, but there is a lot coming out now for Brandon Aiyuk, and De'Aaron Fox might have to wait till tomorrow. We'll see, because I want to give it its just due, and I know a lot of people are going to have a lot to say about De'Aaron Fox because this came out 13 minutes ago. Andrew Filipponi, he is a host at 93.7 The Fan, and he really has been saying a lot throughout the duration of this whole process. And Nate came in and kind of told me what was up, but basically he is saying that there is a couple things have happened. He is saying that there is a verbal deal in place. Sources: the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. That was 14 minutes ago. He had an eye emoji 4 minutes prior to that. And this guy is kind of been on top of it. He's gotten retweeted by clearly trust him. I know this is a whole game of telephone, but we are monitoring the situation to see if this ends up being the case. And we'll see who caved. Basically, if this is true, and we see Brandon Aiyuk in a Steelers uniform, who lost, right? I mean, I guess if you're the Steelers, you wouldn't feel like you lost anyway because you got your guy. But did the Steelers have to give up more, or did the Niners drop their price tag? So we are definitely going to keep that one circulating for you. Another thing that came up as far as the wide receiver situation is concerned, a couple wide receivers have gone down, okay? And someone is saying Josh Downs suffered a potentially significant ankle injury at Colts camp, and we're getting reports now that Rondale Moore was just carted off at Falcons camp. He has an inflatable air cast on his right leg, and they actually canceled practice. There was a prayer circle. It does not look good for wide receiver Rondale Moore, who, of course, was an Arizona Cardinal. So now it's very similar to, as Simone was saying, very similar to the Jimmy Garoppolo situation. Hey, let's just wait for camp and wait for some guys to get hurt, and somebody will get more desperate because they need guys, right? Obviously, the Falcons with Kirk Cousins and the crew, they want to get something going this season. So if they lose Rondale Moore, would they be interested? And the Colts as well with Anthony Richardson. You always want to get your young quarterback pieces. But the biggest story here is what's coming out from Andrew Filipponi, who is a radio host in Pittsburgh. He's saying, again, if you're just joining us, sources: the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. And just previous to that, Matt Mayoko had said that the Browns deal had all the particulars, and they were still working on the particulars in that Brandon Aiyuk deal. So that's where we're at with this, and we're trying to just keep you as up to date as possible, but nothing final yet for Brandon Aiyuk. As we get into this De'Aaron Fox conversation, I told you we would, and it's really a follow-up on the biggest worry conversation that we started yesterday. I led with Keegan and what happens if Keegan doesn't return the 3-point form. But De'Aaron Fox, I mean, you can look at this a couple different ways. How close is De'Aaron Fox to his ceiling? And how much better does he need to be for the Kings to truly, truly contend? The is saying we have already seen peak Fox in the first part of last season where he was shooting very hot from three-point land. We also learned he can't sustain that peak for very long. Now, obviously, De'Aaron Fox going into his 8th season in the league. De'Aaron Fox has increased his points per game all but one season to season, but he ended this last season with his highest, right? So he went from 11.6 to 17.3. He actually was most improved. He was third in voting. And that was back in 2019. 21.1 to 25.2 to 23.2 to 25 points per game. That was the Beam Team season where he was an all-star, to 26.6, and he finished 12th in clutch player of the year voting. His 3-point percentage, as the 916 had brought up, best season so far, right? It fluctuated. Randomly, he shot 37% from three in 2019, but besides that, he drops back down to 29% and goes back up to 32% and drops back down to 29% and goes back up to 32%, and that's when he still averaged 25 points a game, and now he is sitting at 36% a game, 36.9 or 0.369. So really, you could say 37% if you really wanted to. And how close is De'Aaron Fox to his ceiling, right? When you see guys, and when you can make the argument to take De'Aaron Fox over Ja Morant, which I would do. I don't care what NBA 2K has to say about the ratings, but at the same time, who has a higher ceiling? And I think that Ja Morant has a higher ceiling. That's not to say I don't think Ja Morant is better than De'Aaron Fox, but I do think he has a higher ceiling. And I think when you say someone has a higher ceiling, that means they're not that close to it. When you ask the question, how close is De'Aaron Fox to his ceiling going into his 8th season with the Sacramento Kings in the league, it feels like he's kind of close. I don't know if we've seen it, as the 916 is saying, but can he get to, do we think he's going to get over 28 points per game and shoot 40% from three? I mean, if he's going to get to his ceiling, it's got to be soon. So I would say that I think that De'Aaron Fox is pretty close to his ceiling. I think maybe you add 2 to 4 more points a game, which I think is a big deal. I think is a very big deal within the next 2 years. Let's keep you at 37% from 3-point range, right? You can't see another dip. He's been hot. He's been 29%, 32%. Can you stay? Can this be the first season you shoot over 35% from three back to back? That's a big deal. And I know somebody's about to text it in as well. I'll do it for you. Yeah, the free throws. The free throws. He's never gotten to 80% in his career. 72%, 72%, 70%, 71, 75, 78. Last season, 73. If you want to get to your ceiling, that's what you have to do. And if you want the basketball world to stop putting these players that in Sacramento we think you could be better than or already better than over you, those are the little things that you have to do. I think it's a good comparison because both of them struggle shooting the three ball. So that's why I always like doing the Ja Morant comparison. I know Ja Morant's a couple years younger. But that ceiling that we talked about with De'Aaron Fox. And I didn't even talk about defensively, right? He's definitely better than Ja defensively, led the league in steals. So I think De'Aaron is probably, if I'm giving it a percentage, and that's not to say everybody hits their ceiling, he's probably at about 70% of his ceiling. That's what I would say. I feel confident saying that. And I think that you can really contend if you get anywhere above 80 with De'Aaron. I think we can truly contend. Because while that's happening, you still have DeMontis Sabonis. You have Keegan Murray. Based on the timing, you have DeMar DeRozan. So I do think it's possible. The question is whether or not he's going to do it. And this stretch that he's been on, going up in his points per game the last 3 years in a row, can you continue that? A lot of people, There was MVP conversation at the beginning of the season. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We know. We talked about how long the season is. Can you sustain the levels of the other elite players in the league for the duration of the season? That's the biggest thing. To the 916 point, we've seen the peaks. But can you stay there? Can you stay there? I'm not doing a comparison, but I'm just looking at some of these other guys. Luka, 27, 28, 32. Last season, 33. You don't have to be Luka. Just can you get to 28? Can you get to 28 on 38% from three and 80% from free throw? If you can get there or better with the team that's around you, that's the thing that NBA.com isn't betting on. They're betting on De'Aaron Fox maybe being a little bit better. They're betting on Keegan Murray maybe being a little bit better. They're not betting on anybody taking that leap. In the 8th season, is that too late to take a leap? I don't think so. But we will have to start having the conversation based on how this season goes. So you get DeMar DeRozan in there, and it gives De'Aaron Fox the ability to not have everything on his shoulders. DeMar DeRozan can help him on and off the court. Hey, this is how I make sure I get my buckets. This is how I do this. This is how I do that. So I still think there's time. I'd say he's at about 70%. And if you can get above 80, now you're cooking with grease. But we shall see. Coming up next, Crosstalk, Chris Watkins. We discuss, of course, celebrity birthdays. And we asked Chris, how's he feeling about the Brandon Aiyuk situation? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Styles filling in.
Kevin Herter plays here.
It's Herter. He's been hot. He fires. He's still hot. Kevin Herter from downtown has a 15-point first quarter.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Buddy here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
This is the famous footwear that makes us actually want to go back to school with the newest styles from all your favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. You'll find everything kids want, all at prices parents can appreciate, because you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Famous Footwear even has fit experts in store to make sure you get the right size every time. So for the perfect fit, make it famous. Plus, right now, buy one, get one half off when you shop your local Famous Footwear or famous.com. Some exclusions apply.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And for less than $30 a month, we make your phone your ride or die. Switch now and pick a free 5G phone with qualified plan purchase. And your fourth line at no additional cost. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Arby's of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things.
And now,
here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Nate, get out of here. Alan Stiles, filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, joined by my partner, Chris Watkins. Chris, you're holding it down alone today?
No, well, physically, yes.
Okay.
Brendan's going to be joining me remotely.
Okay, I got bad info. That was from me. Bad info, but that typically happens.
Trust your sources.
That's right. Speaking of, I just got a couple funny notes here before we get to a little bit of what you're doing on the show today, and of course, celebrity birthday.
Do you think real quick, do you think we could do this show like this side by side?
Don't they? Who does
Deuce
a
and
show?
Mo
Like,
used to do their show.
that's what you
like
told
this.
me.
Yeah.
It's giving. I need to sit on the same side of the booth right now.
Yeah, like when you're on a date.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't like it.
It's a little strange. It feels
Well,
more
it
like
just feels like we're
presenting.
broadcasting.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
broadcasting. All right, folks.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
So, Chris, what we have here,
You have to have a pen.
you have to have a pen, and I don't have any paper, so I don't have any.
For those who are the radio audience, we're sitting side by side instead
Yes,
of across
I don't
from
like
each
it.
other.
I don't like it. When you
It's
came and sat
interesting.
down here, I want to tell you.
It was just like I've been used to. Yeah, we need
Yeah,
books.
yeah,
we kind of
yeah,
need a
books.
bookshelf back here. Get a good
Yeah,
backdrop.
there you go.
There we go. Look at
Yeah.
that freezing cold. I think Dave is in that book, which is why we have it. if I'm not mistaken.
Was it for?
It
What
could
was
have been for
Ben Simmons?
coffin.
Yeah. Wow, great word you said there.
Wow, people
Here
are
you
on
go.
their dictionary today.
The NCAA, and I could have saved this. I'll probably re-rack this for What Are We Doing Tomorrow, because this is ridiculous. Whether you think he's guilty or not, the NCAA has given Jim Harbaugh a 4-year show cause penalty and 1-year suspension for his involvement in the COVID dead period recruiting violations.
Oh,
This is actually, now that I'm reading it, this is not related to the Connor Stalions
A
sign
different
stealing
case, if you will.
case. He's got case. But this is what it is with the
got racks on
NCAA.
racks.
This is if you go, and I don't know. I know people go to Mexico often, but let's say you go to Costa Rica, okay? And let's say you have one too many bevies in Costa Rica, and it's your last day, and they say, "Hey, you're blacklisted. You can't come back here." I'm not coming back here anyway.
I ain't gonna be here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be there. Real, like, what do you want from me?
Yeah, does that count? Like, if he comes back, or
If
can
he does,
serve it?
if he
as
does,
he's in the NFL.
there's
Like,
I don't.
didn't Pete Carroll get suspended too? I know he
Yeah,
got
on the
because
way
like
out.
he left on the way out too. Yeah, it's just
Sneaky Pete.
yeah. I guess they're old enough too to where they like you said, they ain't going back.
No, I'm not going back.
Yeah, if this doesn't work out,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go find a
Yeah,
nice
I'm
push
not-
TV job.
I'm here in Costa Rica for a wedding. You think I care about this bar? I would have stopped with the bevies if I did. Jeremy Lamb, who played 573 NBA games with Oklahoma City, Charlotte, Indiana, and Sacramento, is retiring. He's retiring from basketball. He announced on Instagram. Lamb was part of UConn's 2011 NCAA championship team.
That was a great team. That was a really, really good. That was Kemba year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
I think it was.
Yeah.
And then and he may have played after.
strange career. I mean, I guess not really strange, but just like not very substantial.
He tried to hold on to the dream.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love
He
to.
was just with Stockton last season.
I was gonna say, yeah, we've been getting a lot of the two-way guys. We got Jordan McLaughlin. It'd be great to get Jeremy Lamb to just ask him, like, what was your goal? Like, no disrespect, but like, what was your plan for last season? Like, were you just kind of okay with playing in the G League? Was there hope that like someone was going to see you? Because it never really made sense. Like, why is this? I don't know how old he is when he retired. I would assume like 33, 34. Like, what's the plan at that?
He is 32.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he is younger. And now I'm looking up a guy who is okay. You want to know who I looked up? He cooked, but I thought he was way older in the G League this season.
Stanley Johnson.
No, I looked up Kevin Knox.
Oh,
I thought they were
yeah.
around the same
Kevin
age.
Knox, I think it's like
He's only 20. He's 24.
Wow, even
Kevin Knox is 20. How do you get out of the league that quickly?
It actually kind of makes sense for him to be playing in us.
Yeah, I did not realize that. But Chris, one more before we get to celebrity birthdays. We've been asking the question: football is coming around in 2028.
Right. Yeah.
So we've been asking everyone. We've had some very, very unique answers. Who is and doesn't have to be NFL, but it can be. Who is the worst quarterback that the U.S. could send and still win the gold?
I don't know. I did not picture flag football. Just when you said flag football, I was like, oh, yeah, okay, it's going to be a bunch of high school kids.
Jalen Hurts was on the commercial, so I think it is adults.
Yeah, I guess we're putting our own assumption on that, but
I don't.
No, I mean,
it's not going to be teenagers.
It's not going to be. I mean, yeah, it makes sense for it to be adults, but it's just
it's going to be
football seems
it's going to be
especially
NFL personnel. Let's be real.
It's probably going to be XFL people. If I had to, I mean, based off of how like 3x3 goes versus like the 5-on-5 team, I would guess it's going to be like John David Booty or something like that.
That's the guy. Is that your guy?
He was on the Vikings for a second.
But is that your pick? Could he bring back gold?
Probably. Well, I would say yes, but wasn't there like a couple weeks ago, like USA lost to Japan or something in like a tackle football league, like an international tackle football
and
league?
That kid was spinning it too.
I don't know. Like the problem with it being flag is it kind of has to be like passive. It's got to be somebody who kills in the 7-on-7.
Right. Well, that's what I said. I said if it's
you can't like Jalen Hurts. It's like part of what makes Jalen Hurts
like Kyler Murray.
An option.
If you sprint, but if you blitz, you play turkey bowl. If you blitz, you can run.
Yeah.
Right. If you can't run, even with the blitz, then no. What are you talking?
I'm going to assume that you can't run, and I will say
the worst
quarterback
the
that
best
we can.
Of the worst.
Yes. Who's the best player we can send that is also the worst of everybody? Man, I'll say like Ryan Tannehill has some leg to him that makes him worthwhile. Nick Foles.
Someone said Nick Foles.
Yeah, someone said
Yeah.
Nick Foles.
Is he still in the league?
No. I definitely don't think so.
Nick Foles.
Yeah.
Could Josh
Rosen,
Sam
Darnold
would
sounds
Josh
like
Rosen
an
get it done?
but good. I don't think so. Like I think you could find a better, worse player than Rosen. Like Rosen might be able to get it done, but I feel like you can. Yeah, I feel like you can maybe get better while still not topping out.
Brian Hoyer.
That's a good one. That's a really good one because he's like, like maybe one of the McCowns. Did you do one of them?
Yeah. Friend of the show, Troy Smith. Could he do it right now?
He was all running. I mean, maybe I know Nate was the only one watching Niner games that season. I didn't watch a ton of him in the NFL, but from college, I definitely remember it's a lot of running.
So there you go. And then obviously you have the Jared Stidhams and Bowden of the world. I think they get it done.
I would send Trevor Lawrence. I mean, that like pretty much made him like the number one candidate or what season it is. Prospect.
Yeah.
Coming out of high school was like his 7-on-7s were unreal. So I would just send a guy like Trevor Lawrence or maybe Tua.
Yeah, and somebody said Johnny Manziel.
Too much legs.
Oh,
Too much legs.
Johnny Manziel.
Yeah. But if you can run, I mean, if it is the alligator rule, or if it is, you blitz.
1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator, 4 alligator, 5 alligator.
Give me Kyler, give me Johnny, yeah, for sure.
1 alligator, 2 alligator, 2 alligator.
Like what are going to be the rules for that?
Well, we're gonna
you better have those blitzers mic'd because we all know backyard football. That's the most controversial. Those only 3.
Yeah.
Those 3 alligators. It's supposed to be 5.
Always had the
You're
kid
counting fast.
1 alligator, 2 alligator.
Yeah.
All right.
1 alligator, 2
Celebrity birthdays brought to you by Crumble Cookies. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than Crumble Cookies. Simone.
We have an amazing list for this Leo sun, and I do want to start with someone who's very near and dear to a lot of Sacramentans' hearts. Mr. He don't do it for the gram, he do it for Compton 6'6" out of USC. Can I interest you in a birthday guest for one? DeMar DeRozan, please.
We both know.
He
the
tried
first
to
segment.
recuse himself
Yeah.
because he'd seen it already on Basketball Reference. So you guys want to go ahead and say it out loud on 1, 2, 3. 35 years
Feeling
old.
alive. There you go. All right.
Let's keep moving it along. U.S. Olympian Sydney McLaughlin has a special birthday tomorrow. Of course, she's going to be competing in the 400-meter hurdles.
Yeah.
But with a chance to repeat as a Olympic gold medalist.
Yep,
Any
tries, yes.
guesses on that? Any for that distinguished Olympian?
You said her birthday's tomorrow?
No, her birthday is today. She's competing tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. Because I heard them say her age yesterday. I
Uh-oh.
don't know if that's an updated age or if that's a
Just you guys
preemptive.
got
I mean,
split.
she's been around for a little bit,
Which
I'm
is
gonna
crazy.
say 28.
I was right there with you, and I was very surprised to hear she was 25. So she might be 26.
We have a correct answer. 25,
Yeah.
Mr. Chris
She
Watkins.
killed that 400
Yes.
yesterday. They did like a juxtaposition of her hurdle 400 versus just the regular 400, and she finished like 5th in the regular 400. It's just insane.
Why don't we get this done really quickly here? Kyle Draper's favorite guy in
I was gonna
Abbott Elementary's favorite quarterback, Jalen Hurts, has a big birthday today. Any guesses?
Well, it's quite the birthday gift with
I
that
know.
article coming out about the drama between him and Sirianni.
I saw that.
Jalen Hurts, he was in college for a minute. Jalen Hurts, I think he's 27.
I'll say 26. I think, yeah, 27.
Goodness. Chris Watkins again
I got
striking.
Steve.
Ha!
Wow.
26
Wow.
years old.
Wow, that's
And
great.
staying in the
Crazy.
NFC East to conclude
Too
today's
hard on Jalen Hurts.
show, we have one Mr. Tommy Cutlets. Tommy DeVito celebrating big birthday here.
We saw his agent in Vegas
Yeah,
like
yeah.
4 different times,
There you go.
honestly.
No, remember when he said something to me?
He did, yeah. He
He's
acted
just
like he
they're always,
knew you.
there's everywhere here.
Yeah.
There's everywhere. I'm like,
It was
yeah.
so weird.
Is he 25?
Any guesses?
23? I have no idea. He's going to be out.
This one is going to go to Styles just on proximity. 26 today, just like Mr. Hutz.
Well, thank you to Martin Gallegos of MLB.com. Thank you to all the callers, the texters, the chat mobbers. Thank you to Simone. As always, we will be back tomorrow 2 more days with you in the morning before the return of Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. It's their show. The Sound Styles filling in. Chris Watkins, Styles and Watkins with Brendan Nunez coming up next, taking you up to 2 p.m. Until tomorrow. Enjoy your day.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House